Scorecards are available free of charge. You can pick up a scorecard from the Graceway shop, the Members shop, Middlesex reception, or the North Door of the pavilion. Lords is the ground football and wants to ensure that everyone has a level of play. In the interest of safety and security, we ask you kindly to keep your backs and lines with you at all times. Should you see an unintended foul, please inform the nearest school. Also, please note that spectators may not come onto the playing area at any time. Our stewards will allow to make your day as enjoyable as possible. Please follow their guidance at all times. You can report an issue or concern by listening to it in the city, alternatively text 07401 056 737. The number of our security team will be able to direct you. That number once again, 07401 056 737. Middlesex Cricket members are membership at middlesexcc.com to report any issues or concerns. The Middlesex Cricket reception is open today until 4:30 p.m. and can be found adjacent to the main shop entrance behind the pavilion adjacent to Paris Sky. For any preliminary membership and full details on how to join Middlesex Cricket, available now with no waiting list, please visit the Middlesex Cricket reception or visit middlesexcc.com. For more information on the referral friends scheme, where members can receive cashback on their membership subscription or introducing a new member, please visit the Middlesex reception or look in the mails and CC's tab. Middlesex are holding a number of lunchtime lunches, dinners, role play, and meet the player events for members this season. Please visit the Middlesex reception or middlesexcc.com for more information and to book. The Seahawks Club is a members club within the club and is open to all Middlesex members to join. As well as the social element of meeting fellow Middlesex members, Seahawks Club also fundraises in support of cricket in the county and offer bursaries to cricketers. For more details, please visit the Seahawks Club, based in Talent Suites C&D at all county championship games. Middlesex Cricket were delighted to award Toby Rosenberg Testimonial Year in 2024. For more information on our support, please visit www.trj2024.com. Food and drink can be purchased from the Hall's Arrow Bar on the grandstand, or the concession units can be delicious, serving a range of hot food, sandwiches and soft drinks. At the pavilion of the ground, Portman's Cafe is open for hot drinks and drinks. Alternatively, you would wish to go to the Lord's Town pub, which is open today, and serving a variety of pub meals. The children's menu is just £12, which is a main meal, soft drink, and ice cream. Visit the town website, MCC members should receive a 10% discount.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Day 3, probably the final day as well. That's unless Yorkshire do something absolutely brilliant with the bat. They're 7 down in their second innings. It's been a fantastic couple of days so far. All out for 159 in their first innings. Yorkshire, Middlesex have had a pretty good match at this stage. They'll hope for another pretty good session this morning, and will really put them in the box seat to try and wrap up their first win of the season. Of course, it's cricket, though, and anything can happen. Still there overnight, Coda with a fine cameo, and 50 from Hill as well. They'll be the danger men this morning, but also with Moriarty and Edwards to come, they'll be throwing the bat also if they get the chance. So we've got a fascinating day ahead. Let's start looking back, though. Let's have a look back at the highlights of day 3. Beautiful. The timing on that from Deploy. Down the hill. It's a long old hill, though. Oh, look at that go. Don't even start to give chase to that. Take your time. He's off. Go and pick it up. That's a beautiful shot from Deploy. Well, a little bit of luck for Stoneman, perhaps, with the last one. Edged. He's taken him. Great catch by Lythe. Low to his right. He was well beaten the ball before. Before more, Higgins off the mark with a boundary.
As I was just saying, that run rate, though, really does help.
Glorious. Back-to-back boundaries for Higgins. We've seen one of the deliveries of the day last night. Wow, there's a ball. What a delivery that is from Code. Not much Higgins can do about that. Absolute beaut. There's another attacking line which brings a boundary. Deploy moves to 40. Edged. Oh, it's gone. That one carries. Lythe gets his fingers underneath it again. Eskenazi's gone. There's a way to get off the mark. We saw a glorious on drive from Ryan Higgins earlier on. That's a classic straight drive from Davies. Now, back to the old approach from Deploy. He's on to 47. A use of the feet. Wow. That was good from Davies. Pressure out there this morning. 3 wickets have gone down. Think about 2. Only needed 1 to reach the 50s. Back for the second. 51 from 43 for Deploy. Oh, that's a ball. It's one to come back down the slope. Gets through Deploy. Huge wicket for Yorkshire. Huge celebrations. They know what that means. Thinks he's got him, and he has. Davies plays around one. It was a celeb appeal from Code. Went straight through with the arm up in the air. He was convinced. Umpire Illingworth. Works fine, and a boundary for Roland Jones to get off the mark. That's a lovely shot. Peter Carey's his first boundary. There's the Roland Jones straight drive, again a distinctive one. Good number of straight drives down the ground today. That's a chase for deep square, a chase you won't win. Middlesex trail by 2. Oh, flashes in front of Gully. It's a boundary and Middlesex have a lead. But fine margins here at Lords at the moment. That's nicely played. Clipped wide of mid-on. Over pitched from Edwards. Had to lay bad on it from there. Pulled away, fine of the deep square. 4 more for Roland Jones. Pulled away again. They're ill-advised to do this to Roland Jones. I think he will happily counter anything overly aggressive, which is what Yorkshire are serving up to him. Nice looking shot and gets through. Pushes it straight of Shah Massoud. Picks up another boundary. Middlesex lead by 24. This is becoming an annoying partnership now for Yorkshire. Oh, chips him back. Just went for one that wasn't quite there on that occasion, and that was where they were perhaps better bowling at Roland Jones on that length. He banged some in short. He'd cashed in, but line and length does for the Middlesex skipper in the end. Now get a single here, back they come for the second. Carey's has his 50. Coming in at 8. He's produced some fine innings, top of the order, middle of the order as well. Oh, it's a lovely ball and he's got him. Carey's turns around in frustration. Oh, that's a beaut. Gorgeous delivery from Thompson. Top of off stump, just outside of. It's rocked back behind middle and leg, the off stump. Knott's tried to bowl out Middlesex. Just over pitched Little. Putting it up there, looking for that little bit of swing, a little bit of movement off the surface early. But just over pitched on this occasion. Did it carry? It did! A rolling, tumbling stop. It's Carey's at slip. Lyther's gone for 1. Roland Jones strikes with the second ball from the pavilion end. And then he gets that one a little bit fuller, a little bit closer to him. Open the face and a beautifully timed shot for 4 to get off the mark. Oh, now. Big decision, he's gone. Shah Massoud, LBW. Beautiful timing. Gorgeous shot. His first class debut until a year after Root had made his test debut. Root's got him away. That's beautifully timed. It's going to ramp up off the rope. Well, that's beautifully placed. Long leg and deep square are back. Bisects them. Now, trouble here and he's gone. Bean plays all around it. Higgins has his 5th of the match. Middlesex have their 3rd of the Yorkshire second innings. They're still trailing by 28, the visitors. Goodness me, he's on a hat-trick. 1 before tea, 1 straight away afterwards. He's picked up Brook. Yorkshire are 4 down, they're in big trouble. The Middlesex smiles are beaming. It's nicely played down the ground. Runs for Hill. He's off the mark with a boundary. No need to chase that one, just to fetch it for Mark Stoneman. Stretching a little bit for it, Root, but gets it away, timed nicely. Has he got him? He has! Root's gone for 32. Roland Jones has his third wicket, and look at the celebration. They know they've got the big three in the middle order. Oh, over the gully it goes. For more. Cheers from the Yorkshire fans in. They lead by 14 now, 100 up. A little bit of width from Bamba. Tattersall puts it away. It's a glorious shot by Hill. That'll feel a little bit better. It's one of the better shots we've seen. Got him! Wow, up the slope. Takes the off stump out of the ground. Tattersall's done for 10. Emphatic dismissal from Helm. Nice one for a fast bowler. Tight and gone. Thompson's gone for 26. Higgins has got him LBW in both innings. This time around the wicket from Higgins. .50 for Hill, 107 deliveries, raises his bat to the dressing room. Oh, and he tries to leave, and away it goes for 4 off the bottom edge. Code will be delighted to finish the day with another boundary. Not quite what he was intended, but he'll do it with a smile on his face. So 216 for 7, a useful lead already for Yorkshire. It really does promise to be a brilliant final day. It's going to be quite a fight, it's going to be quite a battle. A man who's usually up for a fight, up for a battle, when in a Middlesex shirt or in an any shirt is Ryan Higgins. He spoke to us at the close last night.
Ryan Higgins, thanks for joining me at the end of day 2. A real topsy-turvy game this one. I'd say we're probably on top, but I guess Yorkshire fought themselves back into the game towards the end there with some important late order runs.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Cody came out there and played some shots. In some ways probably not to our benefit being out there for a 43 over session, but that does happen in the game, and we've got to find ways to deal with that. But yeah, I think we did, but hopefully tomorrow we come back with a few fresh lads and put it back on.
We batted superbly last night to get to 84 for 2 at the close. A lot of that good work not undone this morning because it was tough conditions, but we were in an awkward position, lost 5 wickets this morning. How encouraging is it to see someone like Josh De Cair's coming down the order and really bat us out of a hole?
Yeah, no, he's an amazing player with unbelievable ability, and to have him at 8, I think for our side is massive. We know his ability is obviously higher. He's opened the batting in 4-day cricket. He's batted a lot higher as well, and he's a proper player, and you can see the way he goes about it. He understands the game, and that situation, it could have gone really either way for us, and those runs that him and Rowe put on, and then sort of even Helmy, Bams, and obviously Dupper, I thought was outstanding as well.
Can we read more into that, Ryan? I mean, obviously last year our batting issues were well publicised. We know we had problems. This year we seem to have a little bit more resilience. Obviously 2 huge innings in the first 2 games. There today was a classic example of how we've got a bit of grit about us now.
Yeah, 100%. I think the fight boys showed after being in a tricky position. Also, I think just being able to put it back on bowlers and make them sort of have to get you out with good balls. I thought that showed today. It's obviously not that easy of a wicket to bat on, if I'm honest. But yeah, scoring, it's still not too bad to score. But yeah, the boys did really well at the back end, and yeah, it's good.
With the ball, another 3 for you today, 4 yesterday, 7 in the game. It's coming out really nicely.
Yeah, it's coming out well. I think at times things go your way, sometimes they don't, and I felt like things have gone my way, but I feel like Rose bowled unbelievably well, and then and Bams, to be fair to him, has put on so much pressure throughout the game, and Helmy as well. Like sometimes you don't get the rewards, but those rewards will come for those guys at some point. And yeah, luckily, I suppose me and Rose have been on the side of the rewards this game.
Absolutely. Quick word on the skipper, Rojo. He looked to be back to his very best there today. Toby's one of those bowlers that when it's going his way, he gets really pumped up, and you can just tell something's going to happen.
yeah, his knees get a bit higher, and no, I think to be credit to him, he's put in so much work over the winter. I think just getting his body back to where he knows it can be, and you can just tell the extra spring in his step, and yeah, he's bowling unbelievably well for us at the moment, so long may it continue.
Absolutely, Ryan. Look, well done today, and all the very best of luck tomorrow. Let's get this wrapped up.
Cheers, Fletch. Cheers.
Ryan Higgins talking to us at Stumps yesterday. Here come the umpires. Look at that for timing. It's almost as though we planned these things. Stepping down the pavilion steps. And we're ready to go on the third day. Most probably the final day. The lead is 129. Again, from Middlesex's perspective, they'll very much hope it is the final day, because if it isn't, that means Hill, Code, Edwards and Moriarty have gone pretty well with the bat today. But second new ball 17 overs away for Middlesex, so they will be thinking, let's not even try and let it get that far. 159 was the first inning score from Yorkshire. Will Middlesex have to chase that or more? Well, those two in the background. Hill on 52, Code with an impressive and aggressive 38 from 28. The huddle from Middlesex. Chat will be interesting how they'll put it. Corey Collymore was on the mic with us yesterday, even he said his chat would be quite simple, whether it's 3 bad balls or 3 good balls, just get these 3 wickets. Yeah, the approach to Roland Jones yesterday I thought was interesting, when Code and Co went pretty hard at Roland Jones, and that actually allowed him to get some runs before he did get out. Whether just putting it on a line and length to Roland Jones would have been the better option, rather than trying to bump him and stand toe-to-toe with him. There's a lovely sight. We're up in a glorious position looking down on it in the media centre. What the crowd will be like today. London Marathon in the capital today, so whether that will affect the crowd and the numbers coming in for this one, we'll have to wait and see. It promises to be yet another brilliant Yorkshire and Middlesex finish. I'm Kevin Hands, bringing you the commentary here from the live enhanced stream from Middlesex Live at Lords in association with Daffabet. I'm delighted to say alongside me Alan Coleman, the manager and director of cricket at Middlesex, so we don't particularly have to ask you where you would like matters to go today, but how they get there is going to be the key thing for your boys, Middlesex.
It will be. Good morning to everyone watching on the live stream. It's been a topsy-turvy game. The game has swung back and forward between Yorkshire and Middlesex throughout. Middlesex just in the lead at the end of day one. Yorkshire's late partnership between Code and Hill. Hill on 52 on strike to Roland Jones, as you can see in your shot now. This partnership between Code and Hill just swung things back slightly towards Yorkshire. What a morning of cricket we're in for.
Roland Jones with the first ball. And Hill strokes it away beautifully. Back with a point. Eskenazi will give chase. They'll pick up a couple. Just pulls it up inside that short boundary to the grandstand. That's a bit of a game changer in this one as well. Can leak runs on the other side as well, because he's so busy protecting the short boundary to the grandstand. It leaves some vast expanses for, what at the moment are 4 fielders, which means Roland Jones will be keeping it very tight on that off stump. That'll be his aim here to Hill. And it'll be interesting to see how they go against Code as well. There was a fine encounter between those two last night. A couple of sub-fielders out there for Middlesex this morning. Robbie White and Luke Holman. White's at slip and Luke Holman is at mid-wicket. There's a deep square and a long leg just out of shot.
So Robbie White on for Josh DeCares, you would say. Josh obviously sustained a bit of a knock with that catch that he took yesterday. So a little bit of a finger injury there. And Luke Holman on for Mark Stoneman, who landed awkwardly, and you see he went off the field as well. So a couple of hand injuries for Middlesex to contend with, but I believe that both players will bat.
Away, just died him slightly. Effectively, this pitch is only really midway through the second day. 63 overs, had 94 overs, combination of the 2 first innings. 63 overs for this one. So So just about hitting T on day 2 in terms of the amount of overs, the amount of balls bowled on this pitch.
Thought you meant that you wanted a bit of cake. Just about to hit T, Kev.
Already had cake. That's a lovely shot by Hill. Gets it away. Snapped a little bit at it, but sweetly struck in the end. He's on to 68. 2-2-2 for 7 now.
You touched on this short boundary a moment ago, and you do wonder how much this short boundary will play in a later run chase for Middlesex. That one, a full delivery from Roland Jones. And Hill just able to beat points. Steve Eskenazi at point for Middlesex and races away to that shorter side.
4 more. Bit of width from Roland Jones. Shorter length on this occasion. Same outcome. A boundary to the grandstands. 2-2-6 for 7. 10 off the opening over of the morning.
Yorkshire's second boundary of day 3. Short and wide from Roland Jones. Hill just on top of the bounce. Beautifully guided. Ran away for 4. Again to that short boundary.
From the nursery, Ethan Bamber.
Ethan Bamber from the nursery end. He's got 2 slips in place. A deep gully. Points coming back up. It was going to be deep for a moment. Mid-off, there's cover in place as well. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. That's the discussion at the moment. It looks as though they're going to hold it at that. So here's where the short boundary comes in again. If you go a little bit too straight, you're clipped. So 6-3 fields, but the metronome, Bamber. There's the width, and gone at gully. Catch is taken, Lias to ploy, straight to him, Codes. 10 off the first over for Yorkshire, a wicket off the first ball of the second over for Middlesex. That'll feel a mighty relief. Code was a real danger man this morning for Middlesex. 38 from 29 for him. Has already done some damage. The lead's 139. Yorkshire have 2 wickets still standing.
Topsy-turvy game of cricket. And already inside 7 balls, a topsy-turvy morning. 10 off Roland Jones' first over. This one, a wide delivery from Bamber. Finds the outside edge of Ben Coates' bat and finds the very good hands of Lias Duploy standing at gully. And I think the gully was a recent addition, wasn't it? It was a late addition to the field. Just see from the other angle here. Quite a wide ball. No real foot movement from Code. And he manages to perfectly pick out Lias Duploy at gully. 226 for 8. And that already puts a different spin on this morning.
Three and a half, that run rate. Code was looking to go at it first thing. Hadn't really got the feet moving there, had he? Just really followed that one down the slope, which is a dangerous thing to do at any time, but also for your first delivery, looking to take the attack to Middlesex as he did last night. Edwards and Moriarty can both bat though, so still work to do here for Middlesex. And that's just with the ball. Yorkshire, whatever they're defending, they will not make it easy. In the chase. And it is going to be Daniel Moriarty that comes out ahead of Edwards. So Code the latest to go. Thompson with some useful runs last night as well. How many more can Moriarty and Edwards help Hill produce for Yorkshire here? His 62 is the highest score of the match so far.
It is. I think this now becomes about the milestones for Yorkshire, doesn't it? 139 lead at the moment. Can Yorkshire get another 11 and make it 150? And then 175. Gradually those targets just start to grow. So somebody just to bat with Hill here for a period of time. Hill's looked very composed, I think, all the way through this innings. So if Moriarty and then Edwards can just stay with Hill and support him, Yorkshire will be very keen just to see that lead by target in the bottom right hand corner of the Lord's scoreboard and on the bottom of the stream card there. Just see that gradually increase to give them and their bowlers something to bowl at.
Bowls by Bamber straight onto the spot to the left-hander. Former Surrey man. There's been some fabulous finishes over the years between Surrey and Middlesex here as well, but equally this morning Manny will be thinking back of the battles of 2014, 15, 16 against Yorkshire, and indeed 17 as well, which was an innings victory here for Middlesex. Leg side from Bamba. Nothing doing, but the throw from mid-wicket comes in from Holman, and Moriarty for a moment got carried away with it all. Had to dive to get back into his grounds.
Well, Luke Holman nearly with a Gary Pratt moment there from the Ashes. Big LBW shout here for Middlesex. Just pitching outside, not quite doing enough. So 0 out of 2 in terms
Just
of
pitching
that.
outside and not hitting, but...
And then a throw across from Luke Holman. Moriarty dives back in. Oh... All action cricket here. 9 balls in, 2 boundaries, 10 runs, 1 wicket, a near LBW and a near run out. All going on at Lords this morning.
That fella's probably hitting every shot in the background as well, isn't he? Dad's holding on to him. Watch it for a minute. It's going to be good. Little bumper. Keep Moriarty honest.
Well-known Dan Moriarty, well-known to the Middlesex boys, a very good competitor, spent time on the MCC Young Cricketers staff, and then played a lot of cricket in the second team against a number of these Middlesex players for Surrey. So very well-known, and he's a very well-known competitor as well, so he won't be giving this away easily.
Oh, now he looks bored. He's not allowed to play his shots. Hand on head already. Switched off to it all. Yeah, I've set myself up there. Everybody's saying he's probably listening to the stream.
I'm sure he won't mind me saying either. New uncle Ethan Bamber this week. It's his brother Theo. Well, Theo didn't, but his brother's partner gave birth. So congratulations to Uncle Ethan.
End of the 65th. Single foot. Moriarty. Uncle Ethan to Moriarty. Not sure it sounds more Sherlock Holmes or the Wombles. Was it Uncle Bulgaria, is that right?
I think so. It's a bit too south of the river for me, that, isn't it, the Wombles? Although
Wimbledon Common, eh?
Luke Holman, subfielder. That's his team. Close to the playoffs, I think, AFC Wimbledon. They were in the mix, definitely. I didn't see how they got on yesterday.
Saw my first ever football match on Plough Lane. The old Plough Lane. That was quite a life experience. .140 the lead. Skipper won't want it to be much more than that. Conceded 10 off his first over. Yeah, I wasn't joking when I said I had cakes already this morning. Thank you to James Lawler, Middlesex member, who had cakes sent up to us. Have you not been offered any yet, Coley?
No, you don't get a figure like mine if you eat cake at 11:15 in the morning.
Corey Collymore was up here last night. I did ask him, how's Mertz looking nowadays he's stopped playing? Is he still eating the same level while not playing? Apparently he's looking pretty trim, isn't he?
Yeah, so he tells us. Mertz is looking trim, yeah.
Two 7 for 8. What would they all be doing now, Murtagh? Richard Johnson, Ian Salisbury in there.
That's on the left there. That's Spike Nielsen, the masseur, and that's Pete Waxman, the long-standing physio. And the rest of them inside, they'll have the stream on. So the stream will be on one TV. They won't have our commentary on though.
Why? Lovely from Roland Jones. Down the slope it goes to the left-hander.
Seen a few of these during the game. This one just wobbling away from Moriarty there. Just nipped down the slope. Little fiddle outside off stump through to Davies there, but no edge for Middlesex. Pretty relaxed place. If Jono's in charge of the speaker in the changing room, that's always on, always music in there. It'll be
Lionel Richie?
it'll be some sort of dance playlist with Jono.
Techno, hard house, or are we talking disco 70s?
No, sort of 90s dancey European remix sort of vibe in there. But it's a very relaxed place. Rory Coots in there, Ian Salisbury, both relaxed characters. But yeah, it'll be very, very calm. Always is.
With techno and hard house playing in the background. Edged and through. 2 slips in a gully. Bisects them. Another boundary. End of the over. 2:31 for 8.
This is the debate always, isn't it? 2 on 1, 2 slips in a gully, or 3 slips. This one perfectly finds the space. It's a small gap between. Very small gap between. We've seen a catch already at gully this morning. So obviously the Middlesex theory about the ball going in the air the air in that area. But that one perfectly evades both second slip and gully for 4 more runs to the Yorkshire total.
The shape back up the slope there from Bamba. His first wicket of the innings. Picked up Shah Massoud. Big wicket in the first innings. Goodness me, there's been some big wickets in this match for the Middlesex bowlers. Fearful as they would be, as any bowling attack would be at county or indeed test level. Shah Massoud, Joe Root, Lythe up at the top, Brook as well. Looking to run.
You saw Hill's reaction to that. Nearly had a swipe at his own bails. Disappointed with his decision making there. Just following the ball down the slope from Bamba, keeping the young Middlesex bowler interested. Should just see it here. This one I think will just nip away from Hill. Just draws him into a shot. Just evades the edge.
Fine work from Holman. Prevents even a single. Keeps Bamba ticking along at 3 dot balls. And that's that again, I touched on it this morning. That's the interesting way to go about it this morning. And from a bowling perspective, do you try and stick to the top of the off stump? We obviously saw Yorkshire try and be quite aggressive to Toby Rowland-Jones, which paid off. It didn't pay off in the end because it got him out with the line and length ball that he pushed back. Oh, brilliant from Holman. Low to his left. Really good. Tumble to his right, low to the left. It's like a penalty shootout in there. Old Dave Besant in the covers. Did he play at Leeds as well, Dave Besant? Across the two counties.
I know Dave Besant will certainly be before Luke Holman's time. Did he play at
No,
Leeds?
Dave Besant wouldn't he? There's a statue of Dave Besant outside the current ground, isn't there? Dennis Wise, who was another one with a link to Yorkshire. Edged through the vacant backward point this time. Turn around by that one somewhat. Thick edge from Hill, going square of the wicket. Back to Moriarty. Just a little question of Hill there, I think, about any movement. Seemed to be signalling with his hand down the slope.
Perhaps a touch of frustration in that from Hill, a little bit. He's played a couple of nice shots which Luke Holman stopped very well. He's had a little fiddle outside off stump, and then he's just tried to work that one against the slope, and the leading edge has taken it through point. So Bamber perhaps just on top here.
End of the over, 2-3-2 for 8. Another good over from Bamber, just a single off it. You'd expect the bowling to be off it on top, wouldn't you, throughout still, and that's where the chase for Middlesex should and will be difficult. It's been the bowler's match so far. What have we had? Again, we're at T on day 2 effectively in terms of the number of overs bowled in this match so far, and I've had 28 wickets.
The game has moved along at a pace, and the bowlers have had the best of it. I think my observation would be that the batters who've come out and tried to play a bit more positively and look to score have probably been the ones who've been a bit more comfortable. We saw it with Les Duploy in the Middlesex innings. We saw Toby Rowland-Jones, the man on your screen there, after that little collapse of wickets from Middlesex, came in and scored at a runner ball. And we saw from Code last night for Yorkshire as well. So just those players who've come in and looked to score have probably found it's a little easier to deal with, and that might give a little bit of an indication as to how Middlesex may go about this run chase as and when it happens.
Little bit of swing in the air there for Rowland-Jones. Watchful as he pushes to mid-on. Breeze you'd have just seen on the MCC flag a minute ago, blowing in from behind the grandstand. Three dot balls to start from Rowland-Jones. Yorkshire as well. We talked about whether Middlesex go at top of off. Yorkshire did that for the most part, apart from Rowland-Jones. Say that was costly 30, I think. Certainly in this match situation right now, when they bumped him, he hooked and pulled happily. There was only one top edge in that big, vast boundary. As we've been saying out to old Father Time. There's a lot of ground to cover if you're looking to take a catch out there. Middlesex probing away on that off stump at the moment, which I think is the right thing to do, and just try and slow Yorkshire down, because in Yorkshire's mind they're also thinking there's a second new ball 12 overs away.
Yeah, I think that would have been Middlesex's assessment last night. All of the success for all bowlers has been around probing at the top of that off stump bail, as you've said, and Middlesex probably went away from that a little bit too quickly last night and stuck with the theory a little bit too long. We've seen this morning back towards the top of the stumps, threatening the forward defensive of George, of Hill and Moriarty. I suspect we'll see Middlesex persist with this theory now for a good amount of time. As you say, new ball approaching in just over 12 overs time, which could add another interesting twist and turn into this game.
Lovely over from Rowland-Jones, back on the spot. 3 maidens in his 3 for 68s from 22 now. Very happy with that. 3.4 for the innings. Again, that short boundary plays into it to some extent. Good number of Yorkshire fans in for this one. Return to Lords for the first time since 2017. A good turnout. It's cold up there atop the Compton stand, you can tell. Everybody's wrapped up. camera people for this one as well. They've been hit by the wind. They're doing a fine job. Wrapped up out there also. Hands in pockets for Liz Deploy at second. Robbie White. Standing that's Jack Davies. A man he'll hope to put pressure on for a place with the gloves. Bit of competition at Middlesex this season though for places.
Yeah, you're right there, and I think you would say that there were only a handful of players based on their Division 1 performances last year who'd almost penned themselves into this team for the first couple of games this year. Your man bowling here, Ethan Bamber, certainly had a fine season in Division 1 cricket last year, but there were plenty of places up for grabs, and that does remain the case as well.
Alone by Moriarty, resisting. He's got a deep square back and a long leg at the moment. Bamber. There's a little bit of a wide one outside the off stump, given that it is a short boundary to the offside.
Bamber shifted round the wicket here to Moriarty as well, so just changing the angle to the Yorkshire number 10. Been so effective round the wicket, Bamber to left-handers over the years. For 8. Patience from Moriarty. I think that could be a good quiz question for you actually, Kev. We're just talking off mic there about how many Middlesex coaches you've seen since 2005. Do you think you could name them all?
Oh, without any shadow of doubt. End of the over, 2-3-2 for 8. John Embry.
I think, yeah, we're going to have to go chronological order here. I don't want any darting around.
That's where the trouble would come. John Embry, Richard Pybus, replaced Embers, Toby Radford, and then a long stint for the championship winner himself. Scotty, Richard Scott. And then there was the some bloke was caretaker manager or interim coach, I think, as he wanted to be called. Oh, big swing from Hill and through to the keeper. It passes only just. Actually, may have even gone below the bat. That one, did it?
I think it did. Hill down the wicket here, advancing towards the pavilion end. Yeah, kept low, nipped back a little bit, very close to the off stump, well collected by Jack Davies with the gloves on behind the stumps for Middlesex, but tighter than Yorkshire and George Hill would have liked. Scratch of paint there between ball and stump.
Wow, that's better from Hill. Glorious straight drive. Saw many of those from Middlesex batters yesterday morning. They were impressive to see.
Much more conventional, this one. A shot that the coaches in the MCC indoor school would have been proud of. Stood still, stood tall, and punched it straight back down the ground, past Roland Jones for 4 runs.
Nice shot, no run. Tumbling stop from Bamber. Yeah, then came the Lawman. He's got a good gig now, hasn't he? USA coach, Stuart Law. Talked to Corey Collymore, who was a bowling coach for Stuart Law with the West Indies. Before Middlesex, wasn't it? But that's not a bad gig for the Lawman. The judge in America. There's a new sheriff in town.
It's a job that wouldn't take too much thinking through, would it, if you were offered it? Do they need a good commentator?
I've already asked.
What did he ask, if you knew any good commentators? Or
I actually asked Corey Collymore if he needed a PA. His year's not too bad at the moment. Bangladesh bowling coach, then back to Barbados. Or he's bowling coach of the fast bowling programme, isn't he? Talks with great enthusiasm about it.
He does. It was great to see him spend some time up in the change room yesterday as well, with sitting on the bench talking to Tim Murtagh.
Up in the air. It's going to be safe. And it's going to be 3 for Hill. Fernandez coming around from fine leg to long leg. It's a lot of ground to cover out there for the fielder. It's sort of saying about when they were bouncing Roland Jones, he had one top edge of the hooks and pulls that he scored, and there were plenty. He had one that was a top edge. It's such a big boundary. It's such a big boundary to patrol. You can't even see them in shot. There's a deep square and a long leg, positioning them, but not only positioning them, the fact that the ball's going to land, in that line, make it that far. This one's clipped fine. 4 more. Work for the ground stuff. There's the arm. Another boundary. The lead has ticked along now. 155. Middlesex will be, well, a few more runs. They'll have to score more than Yorkshire scored in their first innings, in the last innings of the match, to win the game. What have they gone with their bagels? That looks like a scrambled egg sandwich, scrambled egg baguette. Bit of salmon in there, maybe.
Plenty of smoked salmon in these parts, St John's Wood. Touch of avocado as well somewhere.
Is that the version of the prawn sandwich brigade? Scrambled avocado and smashed eggs.
You've obviously tasted my cooking before.
Yeah, where would you set yourself up if you were the USA coach? New York, LA, Florida?
Play a miss from Moriarty outside the off stump there. Well, if the cricket's based in Florida, I mean, it's only a short hop across from Barbados, isn't it? Yeah, Bamber just round the wicket, probing outside off stump again. Moriarty just with a drive here, as you can see on the slow motion replay. Player miss through to Davies. But yeah, I think you'd take Florida, wouldn't you?
Trouble and gone. Back to right up to it, Moriarty, who's pinned there by Bamber. Little hesitation, little doubt for umpire Chantry on that one. It looked like it was plumb. And 1 more to go for Middlesex. 2:42 for 9. 155 the lead. Hill 73. Still holding on.
Bamber shifted last over to round the wicket to the left-handed Moriarty. This one working with the Lord slope. Moriarty just across his stumps there. Hit on the front pad on the knee roll. Umpire Jack Chantry, standing at the nursery end, obliges the Middlesex appeal. Not too many complaints there, I don't think, from batter. Bamber steaming in, as you would expect here. Great competitor, Ethan. That is an appeal of a man who knows it's pretty close.
I was going to say, for right arm around the wicket at Lords with the slope to a left-hander, that is as plumb as you can get, really. Because there are elements of down, aren't there, with the slope always. Right arm over to a left-hander from the pavilion end, but similarly around the wicket to a left-hander from the nursery. Just the way that the slope angles, angle of attack.
Little bit of Middlesex ex-Surrey niggle there, I think we saw.
Middlesex Surrey niggle?
All in good humour, I'm sure.
Edwards will be a fierce competitor as well. Australian. Really interesting the approach now. Do they nudge and nurdle their way through this partnership, or does Hill decide to open up? I think probably it's going to have to be see-ball, hit ball for Hill, isn't it, when he gets the opportunity. Hope that Edwards just shuts up shop at the other end, which he should do because it's a number 6 batter at the other end.
I think you see here, 2 balls left in the over. Middlesex has dropped back deep point, who's just gone out of screen and deep square leg, so I suspect they're going to try and bowl as many balls as possible at Edwards. Bit of swing there from Bamber, and I suspect when Hill's on strike there'll be a lot of men surrounding the rope, but a bit of a spread of the field here.
Well, you'd almost argue when Hill's on strike now from the with Bowden from the pavilion end that you do go to that leg side field we've been talking about. Just let him hook and pull the singles to 3 back on the onside, possibly even 4 back. End of the over, 2:42 for 9. Middlesex have another one. Bamber has a second in this innings. Moriarty pinned for 5. And Middlesex will be pretty happy with their first 30 minutes work here. There's the away dressing room. Otis Gibson with the bobble hat on. Shah Massoud chewing away, the skipper and the coach. They won't have given up on this at all. They'd love another 20 or 30 runs here from the final pair, wouldn't they? How they get them. Now, interesting change here. It's Helm, which he's been the man that's been deployed when they do go to the bumper theory with the Kookaburra ball. Now, against Hill, that short boundary on the offside, as I say, you almost think this ball's got to stay straight, it's got to stay on the stumps, and you could go around the ribs with him as well and just see if you bring in a packed onside field. At the moment, it's a 5-4 with just a slip and a gully. Points back, 2 back on the onside. And it's hit off the stumps. Pick up a couple.
Perhaps that was just one ball from Captain Roland Jones of bowler Helm, just to see what Hill's intentions were. He did leave mid-on, mid-off, cover and mid-wicket in the circle, as you would say in the circle in one-day cricket. Just wonder if we'll now see a slight change of that. So you can just see it mid-ons just drop back a touch there. Ethan Bamber chased after that last one.
Bumps back to Roland Jones.
Hill clearly showing his intent now here. Helm, sort of T20 mode. Hill's backed away. Helmy's jammed in a Yorker. A good bit of work off his own bowling there.
Deep mid on, drop back now. He's just taken a few more yards after that one. Deep mid off as well. Toby Roland Jones. Then all the way back. Leg side, hit in the air, deep squares there, and Holman holds on. That's the end of the Yorkshire innings. 244 all out. They lead by 157. And Hill, well, we talked about the bouncers, the hooks and the pulls to that big boundary at Old Father Time. A pick-up straight down the throat of Holman. Hill departs for a brilliant 75, highest score of the match, 150 deliveries for him. And he decided it was time to hit out, see what runs he could grab with the final wicket pairing.
Hill certainly showed his intent in the last 3 balls. He's backed away again to the leg side here. Helms followed him. He's managed to pick out sub-fielder Luke Holman. The deep square leg straight down the young man's throat out there. And the end of a very good innings actually from Hill. 75 from 151 deliveries. High score of the game, and has really anchored that middle order after Yorkshire lost Masood, Brook and Root, who most would have expected to score the lion's share of the run. So well played to Hill. Middlesex, a tricky chase.
Pat on the back for Helm. He bowled well at Wantage Road last week. He was happy with the way it came out last week. I think he's bowled well again this week here at Lords. So good from him. We were talking about competition for place with the batting. Of course, there's Brooks, Cullen and co to put pressure on with the ball this year as well. But Yorkshire just too shy of equalling Middlesex's first innings total. So Middlesex will need to chase 158 to win. One below that Yorkshire first innings total. And, well, wickets have pretty much come in a procession in this game. It's just going to be interesting to see, isn't it? If the match bookends, a low score at the front, a low score at the end. That's what Yorkshire will be hoping for. A couple of early wickets, try and get some pressure on Middlesex in the chase. But a good start to the chase equally. Middlesex should be, with all the time in the world, nearly 5.5 sessions to chase this. So there's plenty of time left in the match. The weather's set fair, and it's a pretty bright and sunny day as well here at Lords, so they'll be hopeful that they can get off to a good start. But equally, as we saw, Thompson and Code, Edwards as well, I thought was impressive. But 9 between them, Thompson and Code. 5 for Thompson, 5 for 80. Code 4 for 59, which put together, as Corey Collingwood did the maths, fortunately for me last night, is 9 for 139. That would be pretty useful in the second innings for Yorkshire.
It would be, and we saw yesterday morning the threat of Thompson and Code, who managed to get the ball swinging, and that will be a huge part of this run chase if Yorkshire can get their New Duke's ball swinging again this morning. Well, now are we still in this morning? Yep, we're still just about in this morning. That could cause a bit of a problem for the Middlesex top order. But you're right, Middlesex will be looking at 2 partnerships here. I think 2 sort of decent sized partnerships of over 50 should see Middlesex close to this total. But a tricky chase with Yorkshire's fine bowling attack. And I think we're in for another great morning and afternoon of cricket.
Right, let's take a break for a couple of minutes. We'll grab a cup of tea, be right back. A slice of cake perhaps. Thanks to James once again. So yes, 158. We should be in for a brilliant finish to this match here. That's what we've been expecting. That's what we've been teeing up. This shouldn't be easy for Middlesex. Yorkshire will be coming hard at them. We'll bring it all to you with the live stream here from Lords in association with Daffabet in a few moments' time. Join us back after a short break.
Whilst you're on the cloud, please take a look at www.lords.org.uk, featuring all the latest news from consistency and tools. The site is fully optimised for mobile devices. Free all the magazines access while following us on X, Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok. Search for @Coach. Fans are encouraged to share their photos and get in touch. Love Lords. As part of our commitment to reducing plastic waste at Lords, we have reusable cups instead of single-use plastic cups. Alcoholic drinks are provided in reusable cups for £1 per By the end of the day, 60% of the costs of our pension bars, £1 per cup of coffee. Please also make use of the water refill points around the ground to refill your bottles.
So I'm trying to make sure if I cancel now, that I'll get a full refund. I can't, where I'm working. I don't want to say hopefully, I want to make sure that I do, because well, hang on, that's the reason. As long as I cancel before 12 the day of the arrival, I'll get a refund once I take to move on. No. I'll try and cancel it, but
Umpires Jack Shapley and Richard Shanless is moving out.
carry on with that show then. No, thank you. Yeah, because I can't do it from my end, so. Thank you.
Mark Stoneman and Nathan Fernandez have been batting for Middlesex.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Mark Stoneman out of the middle with Nathan Fernandez to open up for Middlesex. 158 is the target to win. I'm Kevin Hand. Alongside me is the Director of Cricket at Middlesex, Alan Coleman. I've demoted him this morning, calling him the Managing Director. Gus was a Managing Director, wasn't he? Did he get demoted to Director as well? Or?
No, I don't think so. I think Gus retained the Managing Director role. Yeah.
Is there a difference?
I don't actually know. I probably should know, really, shouldn't I? But no, I think we've got a fantastic...
£10,000.
Well, I suspect that's the figure that many Middlesex members would pay for a successful run chase here.
Nice shot from Fernandez. He has to be quick here, though. Goodness me, that's a wonderful piece of fielding. Fernandez would have gone one stump to shy at. Shan Masood, low to his right. Well, prevents anything more than a single to begin with. Then picks himself up and gets the throw in.
What a start this would have been for Yorkshire. Lovely push into the covers from Fernandez, who's set off and gone. Masood, brilliant diving stop to his right. Up quickly for the throw.
I think he's well gone if this hits.
Yeah, I think young Fernandez would have been long gone had that have hit.
.158 the target to win. This should be fun. This should be tense. Yorkshire will hope it will be. Trouble for Stoneman as he just got outside the line of off. He has him. There's the first wicket, 1 for 1. Around the wicket code to Stoneman. He got a fair way across, but not far enough, in the opinion of umpire Chantry. And the early wicket that Yorkshire would have desperately craved. A big wicket as well, Mark Stoneman.
Just the start that Yorkshire wanted to that innings. Could have had a wicket first ball with a run out. This time code round the wicket to Stoneman. Swinging the ball back into the Middlesex opening left-hander. And I don't think any complaints there. Just hit him inside the line of off stump. And a good decision from umpire Chantry.
Yeah, the late movement from Stoneman after the ball struck. This is the angle that'll give us the idea. Yep, that's fair to say. Umpire's call, that's hitting in line. He then still just presses slightly afterwards, doesn't he, which opens up that leg stump behind him. Yeah, he knew he was in with a very, very, very good chance there. Umpire Chantry agreed. 1 for 1 in the opening over. The experienced head of Mark Stoneman sent back. Out comes Max Holden, double century to his name at Wantage Road last week. What Middlesex would give for a 50 from him in this innings. Try and help steer this chase, which was always going to be difficult. No matter what Yorkshire got, as soon as they got 3 figures on that board, they needed to have something to bowl at.
Yes, you're right, Kev. Always going to be a tricky chase. This, of anything over 150, definitely puts it into the tricky territory. Middlesex really hoping for just a partnership here, just to take the sting out of this new ball with code. I assume Thompson will start at the other end. Just to take the sting out of this bowling attack, a little partnership and a bit of a quiet period just to settle those Middlesex nerves.
Good step across from Holden. The inside edge goes across the front of the pad, but he got that position right, I think, there, Holden. Despite the excitement of Yorkshire, he was a long way across trying to take LBW out of play. Get right behind it as well. Inside part of the bat, bringing him the single to get off the mark. Back to Fernandez. He scored a century in his first innings in first-class cricket, playing for Middlesex, a first for the county. Oh, and he's drawn into that one. Just follows the ball. It's a really big test. Not to in any way downplay his achievement, which was huge, and the dressing room were delighted for him at Wantage Road. He's got his own standalone stat for the county. But this is a huge test for him now. Yorkshire at Lords, Duke's ball, slope, a lot of pressure as well.
There is beautiful delivery from Code around the wicket, angle in, and then seam away from Fernandez up the Lord's slope here. Fine piece of bowling.
Good leave by the youngster. He's going to need a steady head out there at the moment. 2 for 1. Into the opening over of the chase. The perfect start for Yorkshire. A wicket in the opening over, and that of Stoneman as well. Nearly a run out, of course, just before it for Fernandez. Forget that now with the wicket. What an over.
You do. Yorkshire would have identified the big target wickets that they would want, and former England opening batsman Mark Stoneman would have certainly been one of those. A huge bonus to get him first ball. Obviously, that would have been beyond Yorkshire's dreams, but a fantastic start for the White Rose County.
No Sam Robson for this match, of the experience, the mix of experience that we've talked about. Deploy at 4 will be the next big target, much as Root was for Middlesex, and they had that new ball in hand both innings. That have said to themselves, get those couple of early wickets, get Root out there early. Managed to get Root and Brook out there early in both innings. Thompson from the pavilion end, 2 slips in a gully. Holden checks his clip. Could have lifted that into the onside. Saw him wandering into the ground this morning. Thompson from the North Gate. I think he'd been off to St John's Wood for a fancy coffee. The big bucks, they get paid at Yorkshire. Middlesex boys were down at Greg's. When was the last time you were able to afford a coffee on St John's Wood High Street?
Yeah, it's in some of the places it is a remortgage your house sort of job, isn't it? Especially if you want to cross on with it or something. But some very lovely, we're very fortunate around Lords, some very lovely places. Many of the Middlesex, there's a bit of a Middlesex coffee club, got a few coffee aficionados in the changing room.
Is this like the Test, the Australian documentary? Who was it that carried around the little coffee grinder with him?
It was Adam Zampa, wasn't it?
That's it, yep. Zampa, there was 2 of them, wasn't there, the coffee club?
Yeah, Ethan Bamber carries his AeroPress around with him.
I'm putting Max Holden in that club as well. Eskenazi?
Yeah, I think you could be 3 from 3 from Coffee Club there.
Good from Thompson. They know exactly what they need to do here, Yorkshire. They did it very well in the first innings. Like I said, my only criticism of the performance in the first innings was probably it was ill-advised to go at Roland Jones the way they did, because he was always going to take them on. The pitch probably didn't have the pace to trouble Roland Jones at the short stuff.
Yeah, both Thompson and Code bowled brilliantly. They got the 9 wickets between them. As you said, your man Thompson, the man on the screen there, got 5. Code 4. They'll be sensing a few more here.
Just dives down the slope a little, that one.
Thompson obviously very familiar with Lords, plays his 100 cricket here for the London Spirit. So used to these conditions.
Is that chips on crisps? Nachos. Is it nachos? On the guy in the background there. Warms with a bit of melted cheese, I hope.
You're a bit hungry. There's been a lot of talk about food this morning. Did you miss breakfast?
Well, we've all got a sugar low now because we've had this sugar high from James bringing up all the cake this morning, which we tucked in too quickly. What else is on the go out there? I don't know. Disciplined lot. That must be the Compton crowd. Far more disciplined than the grandstand.
You did touch on it. I don't know the official numbers, but it's been very well supported here in the last 3 days. The pavilion was pretty full both Friday and Saturday. I think the lure of watching Root and Brook bat would have drawn a few neutrals into the ground, as well as the Middlesex and Yorkshire members who are in attendance.
Good from Thompson. From Code, sorry. Fernandez just drawn into it again. It's a massive test, this, for him.
It is a huge test of the young man's character and technique. Your Code again showing that you can move the ball both ways at Lords, up and down the slope. And that one's just held its line and left Fernandez there. Young batter played it well not to chase it with his hands.
It's quite possibly the biggest test he'll face in Division 2 this year, Fernandez, and it's a key moment with the pressure as well of it.
It is a huge test. Yorkshire will, that inner circle and that field from Yorkshire will be very, very tight to Fernandez here, making him feel very crowded. Code, a fine bowler for Yorkshire over a number of years now. He's got a phenomenally good first-class record and very, very skillful with how he moves the ball both in the air and off the seam. So a big test of Fernandez and all of the Middlesex batters.
Good use of the feet. Hits him a long way outside the line of off. We've seen that a lot in this match, the use of the feet. Again for Fernandez here. It's going to be a test. A few words. Max Holden's down having a chat with Fernandez at the moment, probably just trying to bring his focus to him and away from any words of advice that the field may be offering the youngster.
Yeah, a few senior figures in that slip cordon there. Adam Lyth, obviously at second slip, played a lot of cricket for Yorkshire, opened the batting fan for England, of course. Suspect just a few friendly reminders to the young Middlesex opening batters from the slip cordon there. Just a few friendly reminders of the big pressure that's in this situation and how important this game is for both teams.
Very good from Fernandez again. Forward and over the top of it. Nicely in position again, Fernandez. Negotiates the over well. That was a big test for him. Over. A lot of pressure with the ball, the bowler behind the stumps. Match situation. Next generation being well prepped. Is that scoring or an iPad in the top left corner? First boundary of the chase for Middlesex. Holden tucks it away. Just a very slight release of some pressure there
For Middlesex, Thompson just a touch too straight onto Holden's legs, and a very well controlled clip up the slope towards the short boundary. 4 very welcome runs for Middlesex.
Yeah, no rush here for Middlesex. Got an hour till lunch. The main figure that will be in their mind at the moment is the wickets column. They've got so much time on their hands. Just keep the wickets in hand about as long as they can. It's good again from Thompson. Pushes it away down the slope.
It's a big challenge, as we've spoken about, for the Middlesex batters here. Thompson just down the slope here to Holden. I just wonder if, I've seen it once from Fernandez, I just wonder if Holden and Fernandez from Middlesex will start just to use their feet a little more. Just try and get down the pitch and negate some of that swing and seam that both Thompson and Code are getting from this Lord's surface.
Sun belting down here at Lord's. Middlesex will hope for plenty of that throughout the day. What they really don't want to see is any cloud cover rolling. There's all that cloud cover in the distance, but that will be passing across to the south. Just a few flecks of blue in the right hand side of the screen there above the grandstand, and there's a little bit more behind it as well. That's what's immediately coming in. So through until lunch, it'll be a sunny affair here at Lord's. Six for 1, end of the 4th. Solid start here from Code and Thompson. They're not going to give runs away cheaply, and that's why I think, as I said, for Middlesex, the one column they've got to worry about at the moment is the wickets column. Just bat time, get through to lunch, take the afternoon as it comes. The runs will come when they come, but at the moment, get through Thompson and Code. Proper opening, first class cricket job to be done here. See off the new ball, see off the openers.
Discipline from Fernandez there, just triggering across his stumps there. Able to leave that ball from Code. Bit of noise from the Yorkshire slip cordon just to try and make Fernandez doubt how close that was.
There you go, pointed up to the north where the wind's coming in from. Northwesterly, I think it is. Really isn't much to add to this at the moment, is it? The game's telling its own story out there. Code and Thompson are going to be tied on that off stump. The Lord's slope adds to the mix. The Duke's ball will be doing what it does through the air and off the surface. This opening pair of left-handers, or this opener and number 3 pair of left-handers. They just have to get in behind, but on that one, Fernandez has seen that ball big, and that's a beautiful punch. Backward a point, his first boundary.
He's been very patient, the Middlesex opener, in the first 12 balls that he's faced. This one just a touch shorter and wider from Code, and just enough width for Fernandez to get his hands through. Place the ball behind Moriarty at point there, and taking his individual tally to 5.
Leg side, there's that leg slip in position for exactly that. The step across, which the left-handers are doing, trying to take LBW out of the equation, get outside the line. If you clip it fine, you could clip it in the air.
Yeah, across his stumps there, Fernandez. Leg stump half volley. And just a tickle around the corner, which just falls short of Harry Brook, I think, at leg gully there for Yorkshire.
Yes, no, certainly no. They settle on it in the end. End of the 5th, 11 for 1. Middlesex 158, their target. Thanks to Alan Coleman, Director of Cricket at Middlesex, going to make way in the commentary box here. We'll have a change around on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Live here at Lords and in for another thriller between Yorkshire and Middlesex. Man who's seen plenty of those over the years, especially recent years, but many more before that as well. Angus Fraser, good morning to you.
Morning. Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating, isn't it, period of play this. Game's going to be done by tea time, one way or the other, you feel. And a bit of pressure for Middlesex's batters, having obviously performed well in the first 2 games on pretty flat surfaces. This has been a different examination completely with the Duke ball.
Richard Johnson last week was saying, you know, this, well, once back to the Dukes, you mentioned in there, Yorkshire at Lords, this fixture's very much got a Division 1 feel about it. It's almost a test feel about it when you look at that lineup. Lythe, Bean, Masood, Root, Brook, and Hill upstage them all with 75 in that second innings, which has given Middlesex a test here. The other test is this pair, Code and Thompson. Lovely shot. Good stop by Shah Masood. Well, we've already seen one like that from him this morning. He could have run out Fernandez in the first over with a stunning piece of fielding like that. He didn't hit in the first over. He did on this occasion. But on this occasion, he was well home, Fernandez.
Was always a long single there, but he saved 3 runs for his team. Who knows how important that might be as we get to the end of this match.
Had to get the dive out earlier, Fernandez. This time, had it all under control. And the evasive action at the end. Oh, just caught that right calf. Oh, that's sharp. Good leave by Holdham.
The interesting thing about that sort of ricochet there that hit him, I think if it hadn't hit his leg, it'd have gone for 5, because there were fielders sort of there for the miss, but not for the ricochet.
Close to the gloves, had to get his hands up out of the way. That's one of the things to note this week. Edwards in particular just seemed to find a little bit of extra bounce from the pavilion end, which was good to see after a couple of frustrating weeks for the bowlers. Some bounce there for Thompson as well. Yeah, Richard Johnson describing this very much as having a Division 1 feel, this match, and certainly evokes a lot of memories of some good times, 2014, 2015, 2016.
Yeah, sort of every year there was at least one crackerjack of a game, wasn't there? Middlesex didn't always win them. I think we came on top maybe more often than not. Just sort of their innings. Bairstow played a brilliant innings up at Headingley one year that sort of won the game for Yorkshire. I think John Simpson got a great 100, didn't he? But it was in a losing cause up at Scarborough. And then Middlesex obviously won amazingly up at Scarborough in 2016 and here at Lords, and then the year that Yorkshire won the title here. Chris Rogers played one of the best innings I've ever seen, to be honest. He got 250 odd not out, didn't he? I think it was a huge...
241, wasn't it? 472 was the... It's funny how these figures stick with you. 472 was the target, 241. Sam Robson was up yesterday, who obviously had a big opening stand in that game as well with Rogers. But it was a golden little period, that, wasn't it? End of the over, the single out to deep square, 13 for 1. Jason Gillespie's Yorkshire, as it was at the time.
I remember watching the Chris Rogers. I was in one of the boxes in the grandstand because the pitch was up this side again, a pretty similar area to where it was, and sort of, I suppose, not very good company when Middlesex are playing myself, when I'm in my old position anyway. Well, probably not good company now, according to many people, including yourself. But yeah, it's a lovely walk, that. So you win the game and you're in the sort of mound stand, and there's obviously quite a good number of Middlesex supporters there, leaving with big smiles on their face, and you sort of feel sort of 10 feet tall as you walk around the ground to the dressing room to say well done to everyone. They were the really enjoyable walks, the difficult ones when you've lost heavily and people don't look you in the eye as you walk around the ground.
It's a lovely push by Holden, nicely done. Just pick up a single. But they were the benchmark, weren't they? 2014, 2015 and 2016. It was only just at that last, obviously, a game set up here at Lord's. Middlesex got over the line in that one, but they were, for 2-3 years, they were the benchmark on which everybody had to try and keep pace, because Middlesex started well in 2014 and 2016, didn't they? And then just tailed away. 2015 in particular, I think it was, started well.
2014, wasn't it, where we sort of had a nervous end to the season?
But started well.
Yes, yeah, we sort of... I don't think we lost games. It was one of those ones you didn't win games. You're sort of struggling to... And again, the pitches at Lord's were pretty flat then, so it's hard to force results, and you get a bit of rain or some bad light. I don't think we had floodlights either then, because I remember, well, on behalf of the MCC, writing to Westminster Council to sort of ask whether they could increase the number of days that the lights were, or the floodlights were allowed to be up and the lights to be on, because of light pollution. Local residents, they need to get permission to sort of get more days usage.
Short extra cover in place now, as well as the 2 slips in the gully. Over the wicket now, code to Fernandez. That 4-7-2 match, because Gary Ballance had one match here where he really took the Middlesex bowling to pieces, and I think it may have been that one, wasn't it? Because I think Chris Rogers said to me when he came out to bat at tea on day 3, he said, look, the game was lost. I knew it was lost. Everybody knew it was lost. I just wanted to put some respectability back on the score. So he came out angry, and then he went on and won it. But I think that must have been the game when Ballance kept on putting the ball into the top tier of the grandstand. Double from Fernandez. Well bowled, Code.
Well, I mean, sort of looking back at Chris Rogers, is obviously, well, not in the Wayne Daniel, Desmond Haynes probably category of overseas players, just because of the longevity. But he's got to be in the top 5 overseas players that the club has had. And you realise he was a good player, but I suppose more came out of him in different sort of circumstance. And again, you said he was angry there. He was aggressive and punched the ball, hit the ball hard. I just remember him smacking the ball through backward point continuously, wasn't he? Cutting.
Hold him to a couple. Tumbling stop from Edwards down there. Corey Collymore up for the entire evening session yesterday. It was a long evening session as well, 40-45 overs. That was a...
Yeah, I told him to come over here, and he said, no, I like staying in the shadows. I said, no, go on, get over there. Everybody love to hear you. That's why I didn't join you. You've had quite a few people around the last couple of days, haven't you?
Yeah, Corey was great.
Yeah, it was a great man, great man. So I walked in the dressing room because he was in the dressing room yesterday. He phoned me to say he was here. Scored 16 for 1 after 7 overs. And I walked in and he said, "Where's my Guinness?" And because when he's sort of at the end of a match or whatever, he liked a Guinness and a brandy, and that was he wasn't a big drinker, Corey, but the players sort of normally get lagers, so I'd always go down to the long room bar and get him a Guinness and a brandy to sort of savour in the corner at the end of a match.
But he was another one, as you say, greats that only a couple of years, didn't he? But I remember you saying at the time it was you wanted him in for as much as the impact that he'd have on the dressing room as anything else.
Yes, and I mean he came. Actually, obviously we signed him from. Well, he was at Sussex, wasn't he? And they were sort of umming and ahhing a bit about, and we needed, I suppose, someone to give us control. And I mean, I've never seen anybody pick the bat more than he seemed to do. I mean, such an unfortunate bowler.
I brought that up yesterday with him. The amount of wickets he got, Mercer.
And I think the development of Mercer, Finn, Roland Jones and people like that he was such a positive influence around them. I mean, obviously Richard Johnson is an outstanding bowling coach too, but the on-field management situations and having Corey around and sort of just there as a reassuring voice was really important. So no, he was a really good signing for us.
And it was, we always talk about those amazing days of the 80s, the 90s, and before the 70s, the overseas players that county cricket was able to get in. It's a good stop in the covers, really good stop.
Fielded well, Yorkshire. I mean, the Middlesex have sort of had a few chances to, aggressive shots that they've executed nicely, but they've either found the field or there's been a good stop by the Yorkshire fielders, so they know that we're under a premium here. But another Bayesian we got was Pedro Collins, who was very good for a year too. I remember his first. It was one of those ones. I mean, obviously he's a bowler, left-arm seamer, skillful swing bowler.
Nice shot. Deep squares back. He'll cut it off. May even Holden just a single he does. Fernandez quite rightly sends back Holden. No need for a run out.
And so with the bat, his first ball he received for Middlesex was a bouncer, and it was sort of looking at the picture there. Sorry, it was just obviously down towards the tavern side of the ground, and he hooked it for 6. A stunning shot. It was almost like Gordon Greenwich, and you thought, blimey. And that was the only shot I saw him play all year. I mean, the only time he got the middle on the bat all summer.
Inside part of the bat, picks up a single. Middlesex will take every run they can get at the moment. Let's ease their way through to lunch as best they possibly can. Yeah, it was good. You kind of look back at it now, don't you? You don't realise it at the time, but Rogers and Collymore, not bad overseas players for a couple of years. Trying to think of the Yorkshire overseas at that time. Jason Gillespie as coach, didn't they? And
I remember the dad Kane Williamson, didn't they, for a period?
Yes. Bowling there, Jack Brooks, Bresnan.
Did they have a South African seamer? Or was he a Colpack? Quite a tall bowler. He's played for South Africa recently.
Ball check out in the middle at the moment. They seem okay. I can't think. I was just trying to go through that Yorkshire side. Probably could. I'm sure you probably could as well. Go back through that Yorkshire team. I remember Mercer and Lythe having a good number of battles. Lee, Scale, as you say, Williamson.
Well, there's Root, there's Burstow. Brooks, Bresnan, yeah, Patterson, side bottom.
Patterson and
Rafiq.
Hannon Dalby was in there for a little side for a little while as well, wasn't he? Plunkett possibly.
Yeah.
End of the 8th, 18 for 1. It's a brilliant side. When you look back on those names, it really was. Good side they've got at the moment. As I said, the feel about This one, yeah, you've got 4 test batters in that top 5. Beenand, as Hill proved, not bad either. The other 2 in the top 6. Fernandez has settled in nicely again here. They were at him, they were in his ear in the opening couple of overs. The youngster who seems to play with so much time. Just settled himself down nicely here. So much pressure. Same with Alan Coleman. This will be the biggest test he'll face all season, I think. This particular match situation and match setup at the moment. A couple of times the running between Fernandez and, well, that first over he nearly ran himself out. A couple of times with Holden now as well.
What do you think of Stoneman's decision?
At first, I thought it might have been a rough one, but on a couple of replays, pretty stone dead.
Right. Yeah, I sort of saw it briefly. I didn't know whether he got outside the line. That was the only...
After he was struck, the front pad then moved again. And that was why on first look you think he's probably going to be alright, but then when you watch the replay it's a good decision. Alan Coleman's words was, you can't have any argument at all with that. But yeah, first look, you thought, oh, he's probably going to be okay. Here we go. Just see, after he's struck there, then his front pad moves again and opens up middle and leg behind him.
Yeah, you're right.
Once a year.
Well, you got it out the way early doors this year.
But yeah, very, very good from Jack Chantry, that. Umpire Chantry. Who, former player, then commentator, then umpire. Here we go. He's called into action with the handcuffs again. Will they go through? That one's gone through easily enough. Gear on with it. Thompson with a smile on his face. Immediate look back at the ball for Code. Fancy a change here. Come on, umps, can't you see that?
It's a game within a game, the ball, isn't it, at times? You should persist asking questions, working on the theory that the umpire will eventually relent, and it's...
It's a good shot. Fernandez showing a little bit more of what we all saw at Wantage Road. It's just pulled back in. Brilliant, brilliant stop down below from Thompson. Saves a couple of runs for his mate and for his team. They've managed 3 though.
But again, you sort of watch the ball come off the bat there. Nice high-pitched sound suggests it's still hard. Talking about the ball, but I'm trying to say it's out of shape and gets a bit soft, but yeah, that's what the batters deserve if they survive, don't they? I mean, I think we got instances last year, certainly in the test matches, where it was most notable in the Ashes series, wasn't it, where the ball was constantly being thrown to the umpire to have a look at, and you're suddenly changing a ball that's 30 overs old and getting one that's 20 overs old, and then it's 40 overs old and you're getting to 30, and all of a sudden the bowlers, you can't blame the bowlers for doing it, but the bowlers are probably at times getting a slightly unfair advantage here, rather than the batters sort of seeing off the new ball, getting some hardness out of it, and then enjoying the fact that it's behaving a bit more like a kookaburra at times. But that's not been the case this week, certainly on this surface, which has been a good surface by the look of it.
It's been a really good return, hasn't it, to the Duke's ball. I mean, again, in terms of the match, we haven't even completed the second day yet, have we, in terms of the number of overs?
Yeah, it's sort of interesting but reading about sort of Robert Key's slightly provocative comments, and I can understand where he's coming. I suppose you want somewhere in between, don't you? We don't want games ending in 2 days because they're not good for anybody really. But equally, you don't want 600 plays, 500 plays. Thanks a lot, let's go home. So what you want are games probably in the mid 300s, don't you? That's what you're looking for, ending between lunch and tea on the 4th day. I know it's difficult to prescribe such sort of conditions to.
Another good shot from Fernandez. Fielder set well at deep backward square, just fine off to restrict them to 1.
Holder moving the sight screens at the pavilion end. I always remember my first game here at Lord's batting. I think it was a Benson Hedges game against Essex. Was it against Essex? I think it was against Essex back in 1985, and left-hander would have been out, or anyway, the bowler had gone from round the wicket to over the wicket, and I was too shy to ask for the sight screen to be removed. I didn't want to create any fuss and just got on with it. 19-year-old just stopping the game and sort of getting the stewards to push the sight screens along. I just no, get on with it, don't create a fuss, guys. Didn't get many and we lost.
Talked to Sam Robson about it yesterday, actually, 'cause of course it is a red bricked pavilion, isn't it, which you're bowling out of. At the moment there's an advertising board down there with a big red ball on it. It's pretty much in the line of Holden sight at the moment, I'd suggest.
It's where you're looking at really is about it. You should be. I know what you're saying down below, but you're sort of looking at quite high up, aren't you, with the angles? So even though you wouldn't want a fully red advertising board behind you, but equally, well, I know of some MCs. I mean, some batters, certainly your Darby Milans and people like that, were very about people sitting in the seats in front of the sight screen.
Ooh, that looked through the air as though it was going to come back in to Hold'em, come back up the slope to him, just pitch and hold its line.
Yep, good ball. Again, wide of the crease as the bowler, angling in. Probably a ball to leave alone, isn't it? Didn't need to play at that, if we're being honest. Swung a little bit after it left the bat. But yeah, batters sort of not wanting spectators to be sat in those seats below and then asking to the move, and some of the MCC and Middlesex members getting up tight because they've asked them to move, and we've always sat here. Well, just because you've always sat there, it doesn't mean it was right in the first place, does it?
Oh, just drawn into it again, Holden. Dot ball to end the over. A little bit of excitement again for Yorkshire, 22 for 1. Wrapped up warm in there. A little bit of lunching on the go on the right hand side as well.
Oh, it's bitterly cold outside. I sort of, when I was walking around the ground from the pavilion to join you here, I thought, is it me and I'm just got a cold or something like that, and the cold's hitting me a bit harder, but it was bitter.
Last night got me. I was frozen last night coming out of the grounds. Leg slip's just been moved to that leg gully position you've seen in shot there with the helmet on. Long leg comes a little bit finer, Edwards.
Again, that fielding position there, certainly to Code coming around the wicket. I know it was to Fernandez, but it was something that Glamorgan put in against Max and got him out, didn't he? He sort of just... So word gets around. I say in previous years you wouldn't do it with all the streaming, with all the analysis now that they've seen, oh, he got out like that, so why not we try again? I know he's a bit square here, he's a bit more leg gully than sort of leg slip.
Well, they had a leg slip in for Fernandez earlier, who was finer, and Fernandez did clip one just short of the fielder. Leg stump half volley. Just shy of, I think it was Brook in there.
It's good tactics when it comes off as a fielding side, but you sort of wonder, certainly down the leg side, slightly lazy shot at times, isn't it? You sort of play it without thinking. I suppose that's the idea, is you just sort of nudge it off your hip without sort of thinking, well, I've got to get this down, or there's a fielder there, and oh, I've forgotten that, because it's not somewhere where a fielder normally is. You're not aware of the peril that might be just around the corner.
We've seen there with Max's trigger again. There, not only the trigger, but we've seen a lot of batters on the walk in this match trying to get outside the line of off. It's the left-handers with the bowling right arm around. I think that was where Fernandez clipped that one. You know, he made that exaggerated move, like the Stoneman one that we looked again a moment ago at the replay, where he didn't get outside the line of off. They've been trying to get across a long way, which then if that ball just nips back in. That's why it's interesting they've gone to that leg gully rather than leg slip, because leg gully to me feels as though it would be more for a slightly shorter ball.
Yeah, I mean, Code's skill is not quick, is he? Sort of a medium fast sort of bowler, but skillful, swings the ball, nibbles it around. So I think they're almost sort of looking for the bat pad, aren't they? Really. So an inside edge. Again, with the batter going across the stumps, trying to get outside line, you probably are playing outside it. So and again, they've got a short mid wicket too, so they've got a couple of fielders there looking for balls that may just bounce up off the bat pad.
Still got 35 minutes to go until lunch on day 3. Forget that it's day 3, not day 4. And of course, we're making up overs from day 1 still, so 104 to be bowled today. So lunch will be at 1:10. So this is still a long passage in this session for Middlesex to get through. And get through is certainly the target at the moment. So much time to go in the game. Just trying to get through the opening spell of Codes and Thompson first and foremost. 23 for 1 after 11. Good from Holden and Fernandez so far.
I thought you were going to do a Yogi Berra there. Have you heard of Yogi Berra? I was
No.
speaking to someone, so he was obviously a famous baseball player in America, and he's got some unbelievable quotes. I can't remember, we were discussing it yesterday, someone said something. If you don't know where you're going, you might wind up somewhere else. These sort of things. In theory, there is no difference. In theory, there is no difference between theory and practice. In practice, when you come to a fork in the road, take it.
Baseball, did you say?
Yeah. You can observe a lot by just watching. Nobody goes there anymore, it's too crowded. You wonder whether he did them deliberately or not, but it's just...
about to say.
If the world were perfect, it wouldn't be. You better cut the pizza in 4 pieces because I'm not hungry enough to eat 6. Future ain't what it used to be. It gets late early out there. There's so many. Yogi Berra, B-R-R-A. Look them up. They're very, very amusing. He passed away, so I mean, he was born in 1925, so he'd have been playing obviously in the 40s and 50s. Well, yeah, 40s, 50s, 60s. Passed away in 2015. But yeah, you sort of get those motivational quotes on the walls. I think it's almost sometimes that you walk into a dressing room and see a silly quote like that to put a smile on your face in the morning. It'd be just as effective.
Someone media centre, is it Old Trafford has? Isn't it a mix with some brilliant commentary quotes, but some also quite amusing ones? Is it Old Trafford that has some of the commentary quotes around the media centre?
Can't remember. I've not been up there for a few years.
Middlesex, no, Middlesex were up there a year or so ago, weren't they? One day game.
It's like deja vu all over again. The nickel ain't worth a dime anymore.
He's got to have written these. Let's be fair to a fella you're probably fonder of now, you've seen less of him. David Townsend, he used to come out with some buttes as well. And I'd say to him, you wrote that last night. He said, I didn't. Just made it up now.
Well, Goffey's a bit like, Darren Goff's a bit like that at times, isn't he? You sort of, not that I listen to Talk Sport these days, but there's you sort of just sit in a conversation with Goffey, and there's so many Goffeyisms knocking around. I mean, well, I sort of, when I do a bit of after dinner speaking, you always sort of, Goffey, why were you nicknamed Rhino? Because I was strong as an ox, that's why. Was it Alberoni was all bar one. Another one was when I was sat next to him, these planes get low when they come into land, Gus, don't they? Well, that's the idea, Darren. There was always those sort of lines coming from Goffey.
End of the over, 23 for 1. Lovely spot, and the sun's out. The only problem is the grandstand is, especially early, or the pavilion. My apologies. The only problem is early season. The sun passes around behind it, doesn't it?
Yeah, enjoy the sun while you can. I suppose the best place to be, although the chairs may well be full, are behind, right at the back of the top tier. There's a sort of like decking area, isn't there, where there's some seats, and you get the sun all day up there. So protected by the glass too. So there's some quite nice sort of seating areas there. But
is it restricted, the view up there? Can you see? I guess down below.
Yeah, no, you can see. You can see. I mean, the work they've done on the pavilion, I always remember the two turrets. Change of bowling here now.
Edwards back on. Change of ends for him as well. I thought he bowled well from the pavilion end.
But the two turrets, they used to sort of be almost derelict. There was the one to the right there was where Test Match Special used to commentate, and the one at the top of the left was almost just where they chucked old junk and stuff like that. And then they've turned them into two really nice bar areas now where members can sit and stand and watch the cricket. They're really, really stunning places to sort of watch the game. They're the first seats that go, I think, at a Test match when they're racing in from the Grace gates. When they open the gates, people get up there and get their bags in a couple of seats and have a beautiful view for the rest of the day.
Yeah, Edwards, I was impressed by the bounce that he got from the pavilion end in the first innings. Nice shots by Holden. He leans into that, picks up the boundary. He's into double figures.
Yeah, nice controlled push there by Holden. Outfield's been quick this game, hasn't it? Ballers, I mean, it's been wet and lush, but I know it's a short boundary there, but it's not slowed up at all as it's moved to extra cover.
Well, it's been a cracking game of cricket. We go back to where we are in the match situation. We've barely had a couple of days in terms of the number of overs bowled. But that's also part of the package with April and May, isn't it? In terms of, we were actually quite lucky. I mean, certainly the Middlesex games, I don't know about all the rounds up and down the country, but against Glamorgan, the amount of time there was in the game. Similarly, at Wantage Road, what Middlesex would have given for that final day. They did lose the final day. I know there was certainly the feeling that there's only one side that can lose this. Let's get out there and put some runs on the board.
It was a shame that, because say 1 run ahead, you can bat for 20 overs, 25 overs, get 180, 200 ahead. Certainly with 8 wickets in hand, you can play a few shots. But then leave Northampton with a really difficult sort of 70 overs and nothing to play for type of situation, which is perfect enough time when you get a couple of early wickets to put a side under pressure.
It felt like it was on for sure, just to set something up for a little while and have that little pinch point where there would be, you know, a moment's pressure in which way it would go. And again, we mentioned in the Glamorgan match, didn't we, the Sussex match here with Pajara a few years back, where Sussex got themselves in trouble.
Wasn't there a bit of an issue at the end of the Northampton game with the covers?
Yes.
Covers couldn't be taken off if it was too windy, so the play was called off for the day and they took the covers off.
Yes. Yes.
Back to Yogi Berra.
I'm glad you surmised that situation. You did it better than me, or than I would have.
Do they call it home advantage?
Nice shot and a good stop. Tumbling down there is Code. If it had got through, it would have been 3 at least. Masood would have had to have given chase from mid-off. But yeah, the reason I came onto that is we mentioned this match here is, so we're now into what, the 3rd morning, and lost time on day 1. April and May, you're going to feel you're going to lose time for bad light, bit of rain. So you kind of need that sporting contest. We were lucky the amount of time we saw in the Glamorgan match. But that's where, had you have had a couple of rained off rounds with the Kookaburra, they wouldn't have got anywhere in those games at all. End of the opening over from Edwards, 28 for 1. Going back to what you were saying about, you know, game finishes between lunch and tea on day 3, 300, 300, 300, and, you know, it's kind of what ideally you want. Day 4, yeah, sorry, ideally what you want. But equally, April and May, you've almost got to count on you need a 3-day finish, because you're going to lose close to a day to light or rain at this time of year.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, the floodlights have been on quite a bit during this match, more so maybe than the Glamorgan game, but they certainly made a difference. They're better than they were previously.
Almost too good, aren't they? Poor old Max Holden in the first innings. He was out there a long time. It was pretty, I have to say, I don't think I've seen it that dark, and then continuing to play with floodlights on.
I suppose the only saving grace in that predicament was that they went out again later on. So when that's it for the day,
yeah,
it sort of does feel worse as a bad side. But I know what you're saying, but it's almost, if that's it, they do it for the day. You think, well, why have you kept us out here? But equally, I mean, it's the entertainment business, and you've got to try and, I know you're trying to win a game and you want perfect conditions as often as you can, but there's nothing that seems to agitate a crowd more than people coming off a bad light when they don't. I mean, all right, the crowd sometimes are unrealistic and in what they sort of think the light is like, and don't sort of realise how much how it can affect you as a player.
That's a really good shot by Holden. Masood's giving chase, but down the slope it goes. Holden's on to 17. Middlesex into the 30s.
You also got to, I mean, again, another thing the umpires have got to consider, maybe people, spectators don't, is if someone were to get seriously hurt and the light was very dark, there's, in the world we live in now, there's a lot of litigation and things like that. So there's a lot to think of when you're an umpire in these sort of circumstances, because again, if it suddenly cut one to backward point and doesn't see it and smacks him in the eye.
But it felt really dark to me that first evening when Holden was out. So he'll feel he's owed something in this match, I'd imagine. Immediately off they went afterwards, really, really dark. And that, as you say, these floodlights that they've got. Because the point is, people might again say, well, hold on a minute, the floodlights are on, but it's when the artificial light overtakes the natural, and the shadows were so pronounced.
Yeah, and again, that's sort of, it's a difficult. Well, the lights are on, the floodlights are on, so therefore, but no, the floodlights are never as strong as natural light. So therefore, when you can, it sounds sort of a bit sort of contradictory, doesn't it? But if you're saying, well, the stronger the shadows are, the worse the light is, just because obviously the floodlights are having more effect, and the floodlights are nowhere near as strong as what the light is now. I mean, the floodlights would never light the ground up, even though it's overcast here and a bit sort of grey. It would never sort of light the ground up as much as it is at this moment in time.
Bat face of Holden does just seem to be that little bit bigger, but when he's in good form, Holden brings that bat face down. It just seems like it's that little bit wider than most other batters. Must be the way that he pushes forward with it, with the pad. A big door coming down. But yeah, it's meant to enhance, isn't it, not replace the natural light. But I mean, I know that there was a conversation at the end of last season whether the light should be scrapped at all, and actually you'd probably get more play. Because of that issue of then the artificial light overtaking the natural light, whereas actually save the money, you'd actually probably get a few more overs in.
Is it Sussex have not putting the lights on this year?
That's correct, yeah. 150 an hour, is it? To turn them on?
Is that what it is? I know.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I heard someone say it's £1,000 a day.
Well, there we go. 150 an hour or so. Not sure who needs the soup more there. It looks like soup. That is pretty thick coffee. Looking at that handbag though, she can afford a few expensive coffees. The bounce nicely once more there, Fernandez. And again, that was for me at the pavilion ends. It just seems to it's deploy on that first day, that first evening indeed, when the light was tough. He's got a couple to really bounce. Deploy played them really well. Hearing news that Lancashire are 7 down. Lancashire are 90 for 7, trailing Essex by 131 runs. They're all out for 146 in their first innings.
Let me guess. Cook and Porter.
Porter and Snater. No. Cook's picked up Bohannon. Snater's picked up Wells. Balderson and the last to go Hurst. Porter picking up Jennings, Williams and Bruce.
But Essex, I think, how many results have there been? There's not been a win in the second division yet, has there?
No, there hasn't.
There's just been one win in the first division, which is Essex, so they're going to beat Lancashire there by the look of it, quite comfortably. A really strong start to the season by them, once again.
Dean Elcar's some signing, isn't he?
Yeah.
I actually did it. It was working for the BBC Africa at the time. All leg side now. A put down. Talked about the little bit of bounce that I felt Edwards gets a little bit more than anybody else in this match.
It's interesting. Edwards bowled one down there to Fernandez in the previous over, and he just watched it go through. I'm not sure whether he hit that, whether that's hit his thigh. The reaction of the player seems to suggest it was a bat. It was quite close to his thigh as it went through as well.
Holden his eyes seemed fixed, didn't they, on that ball? Is he going to hold that or not? I didn't watch the rest. I only watched Holden. Ouch. This is the one down the leg side.
Yeah, it would have been, well, if he's hit anything, it's glove. So it would have been a chance.
Oh, and he had another grab at it there as well. Tatsu not quite holding on. Now, lunch isn't far away, 15 minutes, just looking out over the back of the grandstand. It's more over the back of the Compton.
Yeah, the cold winds tend to come from this end of the ground rather than from the behind the pavilion, which is a westerly, warmer wind. So perhaps there's something behind us that we can't see.
Good shot. Masood's mid-off, that's a code up there. Mid-on, it's a little bit straighter. Yeah, Elgar, I can't remember whether he was the captain at that point, but he didn't leave anything unsaid when he complained about the lack of Test cricket for South Africa. We've seen a lot of South Africans come across. Kyle Abbott. Frustration with the lack of Test cricket available to them. The international calendar at the moment, they've got the SA20 of course now launched, second T20 competition domestically in South Africa. So he's given it all up. Come and play at Chelmsford instead.
Nice way to finish your career, isn't it? 3-year deal.
How old is he?
Must be mid-30s, mustn't he?
No ball called. He's 36. He's older than I thought, actually. Yeah, fair enough. Now, umpire didn't give the no ball, but he's just checking it with Hill, giving him a little reminder. Yeah, I didn't realise that he'd in fact to be 37 in a couple of months. So yeah, pretty good. 3-year deal, did you say?
I believe so.
But good on him, I thought, for speaking up. It was only a year or so back. He's lamenting the lack of Test cricket for South Africa. That's a good stop. Might have hurt as well. Not showing it just yet. Yes, it did. Hands go behind the back from Hill.
Got to remain patient here, the Middlesex batters. They've hit the ball nicely down. I mean, Yorkshire have been setting good fields here. Obviously, that's been stopped by the bowler, and if it missed him, it may well have gone through for 4. But keep playing straight. Don't try and suddenly work the ball to the leg side.
I felt that as soon as he put his hand out. I thought it was above the, just above the thumb there, below the thumb. Done well to hide it though. Good again from Fernandez. Seems to have an awful lot of composure about him, this youngster. 33 for 1.
I remember Dean Jones hit one, playing a one-day international once. Dean Jones hit one back at me and sort of hit me in the shin on the follow-through. It was one of those ones where do you rub it and you sort of touched it and it felt like there was a big dent in your shin.
Did that wind you up in the same way that Dean Jones wound up Curtly Ambrose? Take off you.
No. I'd love to be able to have bowled as Curtly did, but wasn't quite as threatening.
It's lovely listening to Corey Collymore last night, because obviously that was when he came through, wasn't it? Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh having a big impact on his career. Saying to, we were talking obviously through the injuries that he had as well. He was 19, but I think it was Shield Berry I was listening to.
He was
talking
quite quick
about
when
it.
he was a quick bowler when he was younger.
Shield said he was one of the quickest he'd seen. Yeah.
And then he sort of almost just, well, he was like a sort of Richard Hadley type, sort of poor man's Richard Hadley, as I himself with poor man's Ambrose, but sort of that was the style of bowling that he sort of settled into, wasn't it? Sort of unerringly accurate, nibbled around, skillful with the seam.
He'd have enjoyed this pitch and this ball, this situation.
It's just interesting the way, again now with sides not being able to put saliva on the ball, how much they're sort of rubbing it with their shirts and sleeves of their shirts, just desperately trying to keep a shine on one side of it. The skill to polishing a cricket ball. Some are more skillful than others. Code giving it a good rub there. Well run. Good single. Need to keep scoreboard ticking along. So Yorkshire set in realistic fields here, aren't they? There's sort of one slip and a gully. 3 in a ring on the offside, 2 in the mid wickets, mid on. Fine leg and someone just out of the pitch or 2 to the left there, a deep square leg looking for the short ball, maybe hook shot. So they sort of want to bowl at the stumps, don't they? Threaten the stumps. LBW bowls coming into the equation. And again looking to pitch the ball up. Threaten the stumps rather than sort of maybe dragging your length back, which you tend to on flatter surfaces, where you're trying to keep things a bit tighter. What scores in the other games?
Yeah, so that Lancashire 100 for 7, so still trail by 131 against Essex. Hampshire 220 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 455. Davies had opened up with 149. Ball to in the over here, 34 for 1. Gubbins 114. Middleton 90 with him. Orr had gone for 4.
Oh, he joined from Sussex, didn't he, this year?
Yeah, very well. Bit of chat around when Orr departed. A few former players at Sussex had made known their displeasure at the departure of Orr.
Sorry, I've got a few as well, haven't they, looking at that? Sorry, I'm looking over your shoulder here.
No, so I only just got distracted with the balcony there. They've wrapped up. Even Spike. He's still wearing his shorts though. The Monsieur on the left. Luke Holman's well wrapped up. Rory Coots on the right, is it? Under the hood. Richard Johnson in the middle. Sorry, we've just lost their second. Lawrence has gone for 112. Bold Parkinson, Sibley 147. Still there.
Is that Lawrence's first 100 for Surrey? I'm sort of guessing. Again, moved from Essex during the winter.
Lead Kent by 105 runs now. They're 349 for 2. Oh, he's won a couple now, hasn't he? Protection there on the back leg, though. Got one in the last over. And that was Edwards, actually, wasn't it, who pinned him? Yeah, Kent with 244 and Surrey 349 for 2 now. Nottinghamshire, who lost the only title we've lost in the country so far this season, 140 for 2. Trail Somerset by 121 runs in their second innings at Taunton. .95 for Craig Overton off 111 deliveries, unbeaten.
They're good cricketers, those Overtons, aren't they? Both, well, superb athletes. Not just, I mean, they can bat, they can bowl, and they're really athletic in the field too.
But there's Stephen Finn about them, apart from the batting. He was in the other day, I didn't see him. He was in day 1 or day 2, I heard. He was certainly in the tavern afterwards.
Surprised Fletch hasn't got him up here to do a bit of commentary.
Can't afford him.
Yeah, actually, that's right. Now he's yeah.
He's the big time now. Remember when he was a 16-year-old sat next to me learning the trade.
So he always owes it all to you, does he? The wisdom, picking the right moment to drop the wonderful line, timing. Oh, take them. Didn't carry, so it's a soft edge. Don't think it's quite going to get to the boundary, but it should be 3 runs. Been beat en route. Or was that the older fella just letting the youngster? 33 and 66. Does that mean he's half route?
There they are.
33 and 66, the numbers on the back. If he does half as well as Root, they've had a good career.
34 this year, Joe Root. It's gone through quickly.
It has. I mean, I worked quite closely with Joe when we were selectors, when I was a selector, and I mean, wonderful player, but just a top bloke too. I mean, just cricket family, aren't they? His brother plays for Glamorgan, his father's sort of committed to the local cricket club. It's Sheffield, isn't it? I think he came from. So it's cricket's in that family's blood, and it comes through. They just love the game as well as being exceptionally good at it.
Bragging rights for Billy. He's got a Lord's 50 to his name this year. Joe didn't.
I think Joe's on the board a couple of times though, isn't he?
Yeah. I think Joe could easily tell him he'd have got a triple century if he was playing in that game against the Kookaburra. Lunch at New Road, Worcestershire 49 for 2 against Durham, who 397 for 5 declared, with a 409 required for Worcestershire in that one. Coghlan with a couple of wickets to go, and one to go just before lunch as well, picking up D'Oliveira for a first baller. He'll be on a hat-trick, is he? He will be. Last ball of the 14th, he'll be on a hat-trick.
Yeah. Nice way to finish a session. Wicket.
Higgins had one, didn't he? Wicket either side of the session. Was on a hat-trick ball. Durham 138 from Beddingham. Baltwick 75. Ollie Robinson 67 not out in that 397 for 5 declared.
Is that Leicestershire's Ackerman?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So he moved from Leicestershire to Durham.
Yeah, I missed that one. He's ridden that nicely again, Fernandez. Let's pick up a couple on this occasion. Got one away down there for 4 earlier. Division 2, Derbyshire are all out for 167. They're between innings because Leicestershire 574 for 7 declared in the first innings. And they've skittled Derbyshire. Scriven, Mike and Curry, each of them have got 3 wickets apiece. Oh, just drawn into that, Fernandez. Last ball before lunch. Take a moment. Just seems to play it with so much time, young Fernandez. 17 he has. Holden has 22. Middlesex 40 for 1. And that is lunch on day 3. 158 is the target. This partnership's just settled things down from 1 for 1.
Yeah, really good work by Holden and Fernandez. Middlesex under pressure, losing Stone, an experienced opener in the first over, wasn't it? I think it was the first over.
It was.
Been fearful in the dressing room, even though they have posted big scores in the first 2 games. But those 2 played well. But there's still a lot of work to go. 118 runs doesn't sound a lot, but there's been enough happening in this game. Wickets have fallen in little clusters, so plenty of work for Middlesex to do. But those 2 will walk off the field feeling they've done pretty well there in that hour, and they'll be looking to carry on from where they left off. Yorkshire, they'll know that a break in this partnership, if they can get Deploy or Higgins out quite quickly, then they can put Middlesex under pressure. So an exciting afternoon of cricket ahead of us.
I don't know whether you're going to nod and say you're learning, Kev, or you're going to clip me around the ear for bringing it up, but they were 97 for 2 in the first innings, Middlesex, and then 192 for 8, so that's what Yorkshire will be clinging to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, that's lunch. Angus Fraser, thanks very much. Lovely to see you.
See you a bit later.
118 required off 170 overs. Time certainly isn't the issue in this one. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes, so Middlesex will pick up the chase here at Lord's.
Food and drink can be purchased from the Pool and Sparrow Line in the grandstand, or concession units can be issued, so a range of hot food, sandwiches and soft drinks. At Pavilion and the ground, Portland's Cafe is open for hot drinks and drinks. Alternatively, you may wish to pay a visit to the Lord's Tavern Pub, which is open today, and serves a variety of pub meals. Children's menu is just £12 and includes a main meal, soft drink and ice cream. Visit the tavern website to book. NCC members receive a 10% discount on that. The Middlesex MCC members shop is located behind the pavilion, adjacent to the Harris Garden, providing exclusive clothing, leisure wear, gifts and accessories to club members, along with Middlesex Cricket Revenue Kit. The shop is open until 5 In our retail shop, you can find a range of awards, MCC and food merchandise, including retro kits, gifts, souvenirs and leisurewear. The Gracegate shop is open until 6 p.m. Our full range can also be viewed on our online stores for awards via store.awards.org and for MCC via mccstore.awards.org. International shipping is available. MCC is delighted that the MCC Museum and Library are open until 5 p.m. today. Museum entry is £5 for adults and £3 for concessions, including MCC associates and Middlesex members. However, entry is free for all MCC members. Library entry is free, but is restricted to MCC and Middlesex members and their guests. regular Lord's Tour tips available to look now. Join our expert tour guides for a fascinating venture around the home of cricket, including the iconic Grade 2 listed pavilion, world famous Honolulu, players' dressing rooms, and the MCC Museum, home of the Ashes. Please visit the Lord's website for future tour dates, more information, or to book a tour online at lords.org/tours. If you haven't been to the Lords before, you may wish to visit the Father Time Hall, a stunning new installation behind the grand Compton stands. The wall showcases the 100 greatest milestones that have taken place at Lords, alongside thousands of supporter messages. If you have time, this is well worth a visit today. Lords.org has more information on the Father Time Hall and how to purchase a supporter pack. The next match at Lords is the Vitality County Championship fixture between Middlesex and Leicestershire, starting on Friday, the 3rd of May. If you enjoy the Vitality dance, Lords plays host to 4 T20 Middlesex fixtures in June. Various ticket deals are available for all matches, including our last pass, with tickets for 2 matches starting at just £40. Our international season begins in 12 months with England's men's first Test match of the season here at Lords against the West Indies, starting on Wednesday, the 10th of July. England women also return to Lords in 2024, taking on New Zealand in the T20 on Wednesday, the 17th of July. Tickets to all matches are available at lords.org/tickets. For the past 30 years, the NCC Foundation has been working to transform lives in cricket. Its inspiring projects across the UK and around the world are helping thousands of talented young cricketers from disadvantaged backgrounds gain free access to coaching and match play. The Foundation will be incredibly grateful for any support you can give. For further information and to find out how to donate, please visit laws.org/NCC Foundation. Umpires Jack Shantry and Richard Higgins. Shandasu leading up Yorkshire. Nathan Fernandez and Max Cole continuing the batting for the Saints. For the pavilion, Ben Coe.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords, probably for the last time in this match. 118 required for Middlesex to win. 9 wickets for Yorkshire, but as we threw to the first innings just before the lunch interval, Middlesex lost 6 in pretty quick succession in the first dig. If they were to do it here, the pressure would mount. Here's Code after lunch. But impressive stuff from Holden and Fernandez so far. Double century at Wantage Road for Max Holden in a Kookaburra round. Fernandez, a maiden first-class century in his first innings. First in the history of Middlesex. Different equation here. 22 from 62 for Holden. Fernandez 17 from 52. Both youngsters who come through the ranks at Middlesex, these two. Cambridge lads. Max Holden. Snapped up early by Middlesex. Through the ranks with England as well, and under 19 captain for England. Fernandez bursting through at 19. Ready to produce something special today. And perhaps even go one better than his achievement at Wantage Road. Similarly for Holden. Good couple of knocks last year. Decided to solidify his place once more in the championship side. Edging towards a senior player now, Holden. Big performer in List A, T20 for Middlesex in the last few years. Holden, 26, 27, it's coming December. His performance is warming up. The Middlesex fans that are in. A few nervy Yorkshire fans who've made the trip down for the weekend. They need to get in amongst Middlesex soon. Code and Thompson, though. Got 9 between them in the first innings, really got something happening. That's not a bad way to start the afternoon for young Fernandez. He's into the 20s. Just over-pitched from Thompson. Fernandez will be 20 in 5 days. .103 scored at Northamptonshire. Played 7 T20s last year, but he's playing as a spinner. Slow left armour. 4 wickets at 35. Economy of 10. Century, Fernandez, he was the first Middlesex player to mark his first-class debut with a ton since 1959. Ted Clark, only player to do it at a younger age than Fernandez is 19 years, was Isaac Walker, nearly 100 years ago. Bumped back. Wishing to tempt fate for Middlesex. But for the Yorkshire bowlers at the moment, it doesn't feel like it's got the same fizz that Thompson and Code managed to find in the first innings. There's the Twiddlers. The scorers, Shelley and Mr. Potter. Scoreboard operator just out of shot there to the left. Binoculars on the go. Good couple of days up there doing the stadium announcing at Lords when Middlesex aren't here. Seems pretty quiet out there at the moment. Can't really wait for something to happen now, Yorkshire. They're going to have to make it happen and happen soon. Nicely done by Holden. Angling it away. Yorkshire open with draw against Leicestershire at Headingley. 264 for 6 declared after Leicestershire put on 354. One for 66 for Codes in that first innings. Fisher 1 for 59. Milnes 4 for 73. Thompson was wicketless. Just short of a length from Code. And the bounce is true. Second match to draw as well for Yorkshire, much like everybody around the counties, but for Essex and Northamptonshire. But Yorkshire 434 for 6 declared. Gloucestershire are rattling along, 405 for 6. Fifth wicket stand of 199 for Bracey and Price in that match. Ollie Price, his career best, 147. We're 97 for 4, set 498 to win. .405 for 6. When the draw was agreed, Charlesworth 44, Van Buren 51. Code 3 for 43 in the second innings. 3 for 44 in the first. Here and now, they need wickets. Nicely done by Fernandez again. It's 22, and the strike over to Holden. Oh, it's uppish, but it's into the gap. Hands on heads all round for Yorkshire. So close. Threw the shot too early. Holden, but he gets away with it. And between Mahmood and Brooke. Here it is, did it just... Oof. Popped up off the bat. Can't really believe that's managed to land in between the two of them. Essex have beaten Lancashire by an innings 124 at Chelmsford. Lanky's all out for 107. 35 from Bell, Wells 21. Yes, no, they settle in the end. End of the over, 48 for 1. Down the slope it goes. Still plenty in it for Code and Thompson. Comfortable leave on this occasion. It's like saying as Fraser's back alongside me in the commentary box for, well, it's probably going to be the denouement of this match, but certainly the afternoon session at least.
Yes, so we're extended day, isn't it? So think. Is it 36 overs? 32 overs, maybe 30. So there's certainly another 35 overs or so to go here to score 110. So you'd have thought that whatever happens will happen in the next 2 or so hours. That's a nice little nudge there by Max Holden down to fine leg. The field will cut it off 2 runs. But again, it's been a disciplined bowling attack from Yorkshire. I think the slowest run rate of the match to date. So they're making Middlesex work hard for the runs, and that brings the 50 up. So a nice little milestone for Middlesex, 50 for 1. In the 24th over, Middlesex won't worry about how long it takes them to get there as long as they get there. I suppose Yorkshire are the same. Hoping that if they can break this partnership, they'll get a little flurry of wickets. But Middlesex dressing, we're hoping these two can stick together, take energy out of the tack, take hardness out of the ball. Factors that may make batting become a bit easier as the day goes on.
Sun's out again. Got really gloomy at one point during lunch, and we all looked up and looked out the windows around the back to see if there was any rain coming in. It's not forecast, but as we picked up just before the interval, the ground staff were hovering at one point by their cover. Ouch. Ooh, really has hurt Thompson.
I don't remember many games where more balls have sort of been hit back hard at the bowler and sort of hit the stumps or been fielded mid off. It's been, I suppose it shows the quality of the cricket, to be honest. Bowlers bowling straight and the batters playing straight, which is obviously what we all want to see, but again a slightly less sort of aware Max Hold'em could have been run out backing up there. So I think the message for both batters is to stay in your crease today. Don't get drawn too far down.
Nicely timed. They'll pick up 2. That'll do, 52 for 1. It struck me yesterday morning, the amount of shots that went back down the ground. Never asked about why, but I'd noted it. There was so many shots straight back down the ground from Middlesex batters first thing yesterday. Unusually so, but yeah, you've probably nailed it perfectly there. Bowlers bowling straight, batters batting straight. End of the 25th, 52 for 1, just a couple off the over. That clip from Fernandez. Partnership at 51.
Game of attrition.
Speaking of attrition, to your old Dan down there on the camera.
Is he listening? Give us a wave.
It'd be pretty attritional if your brother was Jake, wouldn't it?
Bit cold down there. We've got to get this man on briefly. Come on. Come on. Mr. Embry, I've introduced you now, so you've got to sit down for 5 minutes and have a chat with, reacquaint yourself with Mr. Hand. He's missed you. He's had me boring the pants off him. No, I'm not going to look after the grandchildren, no, but you can have 5 minutes here. Go on, John.
Embers.
Hi, Kevin.
It's been a long while.
It has. Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. Did we see each other last year? I seem to have a note going through last year and thinking I haven't caught up with Embers.
Yeah, I've been away in Australia in the winter and only got back on Saturday week. So, first match I've been to of the season.
Hey, you did well to miss the first 2. The Kookaburra games.
Well, having come back from Australia, then find out that they're using the Kookaburra ball, and then you see that the massive scores that have been racked up. Back to reality.
How long were you in Australia for?
No, I was away for 4 months, had a few little problems health-wise, and ended up having to stay on for another couple of months to try and get those sorted out, and going through the process of continuing with that now. So, but everything's okay.
And we wish you the best as ever. It's good to see you up here.
Thank you.
We've seen the great and the good last round up here as well. We were missing you then. Roland Butcher, Ricky Elcock. Gus, of course, was up here. Mike Rosebery had popped in. Gat was around, obviously, and Ramps.
Oh, a lot of the old boys.
It was quite something sitting downstairs in one of the tea intervals or lunch intervals. We missed you. We could have done with you there. You'd have livened up a bit.
Well, to be honest with you, I can do a little bit during the summer because obviously not doing much at the moment. I'm going to be available, so try and help out. But it's good to see that the Middlesex team have done well, got runs under their belt in the first 2 games. When if the wicket's going to be flat and the ball's not doing much, then you've got to cash in, and the players have done that, and that should see them in, really, I suppose, in good stead in these matches now. They've gone back to the Dukes and tighten up on defence. You know, this is a bit of a battle here. 158 was always going to be it's going to be a tough chase till you lose 1 wicket, you could lose another 2 quickly, and all of a sudden Yorkshire will get their towel up and fight their way back into the game. But Fernandez and Holden are doing well, being very solid at the crease, playing very straight, very tight, which you need to do if the ball's moving around.
Again, got 2 gullies in for him at the moment, Holden, but rides that nicely again over the top of it. Wants to come of the over. Nice sight, isn't it?
It's a fantastic sight. And just having watched Holden batting, is playing the ball very late, playing the ball very much under his head, letting the ball come to him, and just keeping it tight and watching the ball and just slightly angling the bat, playing that ball down into that sort of gully area.
Scampers that single. Oh, the throw goes through the gully.
4 more.
Well, that helps. 101 more to win for Middlesex. That'll feel rough for Yorkshire. End of the over, 57 for 1. Feel good for that pair though. They batted well. 1 for 1 was a lot of pressure, especially young 19-year-old Fernandez.
No, and he's done very well coming in as a replacement for Sam Robson, who damaged a finger towards the end of the first county championship match. But he's done very well, and I wasn't aware that when I came in on to watch one of the earlier days of this match, that Fernandez had scored 100 on debut in the first innings, which no Middlesex player had done before.
Really incredible, isn't it?
Great performance.
I should know off the top of my head what number cap he is now for Middlesex, but you think of all the players through the years that have gone through, it is a remarkable team. It's only really dawned on us. We went back, Andrew Radd, I'm sure you probably know very well. Andrew Radd up there, he was
from Northants days. Yep.
Yeah, he was going through the 3 others. Great statistician, isn't he? So he was going through the 3 others, and yeah, second innings he hit that, and then have any of them done it in the first innings? And we looked it up, and nobody had ever done it. The 3 others that had hit on first class debut for Middlesex are all in the second innings. The dressing room picked up on it as well, because Ian Salisbury came up and did a stint with us and then went back to the dressing room and told them all this, and they'd all picked up on it as well. It was a stat that had excited them as well. You appreciate the history, but.
And the other 3 players that got hundreds on their debut, albeit in the second innings, did they go on to have good careers with Middlesex?
Well, I might have to throw it back at you. The last one was 1959.
That's before me even.
Indeed. But I'm just thinking, if that was their debut, then they're probably packing up around mid-70s. Let's have a look, see who it was again. I just need to remember the name.
Well, I'm trying to think. I joined Middlesex in 1971, so.
Yes, and so let's see. Would you have overlapped with 59? It was Ted Clark.
Ted. Yeah.
Isaac Walker had achieved the feat 100 years ago against Surrey. But second innings again. Well, exactly, same as me.
I like my history, but
not that much.
Not that much, or not that far back. I love my history, but not necessarily going that far back with my cricket.
One of the last ones, a note to bring him to do it. There's a slight difference. Score a century on your Middlesex debut in the first innings, because David Milan did it, and of course, player that you brought in. Adam Voges has done it as well. James Franklin as well since, but as a youngster coming in, David Milan in from Bowlands. You grabbed him in. I remember his debut at the Oval.
Well, he was born here. His father came over, I think, as a dentist. And David was actually born in England, in Teddington. Well, Teddington, Roehampton.
Just about like that one.
Came onto the MCC ground staff, or went back to South Africa at the age of 7, I think, and developed his cricket over there. Came back again as a teenager with MCC on the ground staff here, and Clive Radley was coach and recommended that I should have a look at him in the second 11. And I proved very fruitful. He's been a very, very good player. True batsman, worked hard. Very much his own man in the way that he wants to do his preparation. But you see where he's gone to now in terms of one-day cricket. He's been phenomenal. A little bit disappointed the way he's been sort of axed in terms of the England setup when he's done so well for them.
White ball only now, isn't he? So with to Yorkshire from Middlesex.
I'd imagine that he'd still get the opportunities with England in one-day cricket. I think they'd be foolish not to, or for him to keep playing for another couple of years, 2 or 3 years. He's got a lot left in him, and I think he's enjoying his cricket. And of course, Yorkshire, having gone to Yorkshire a couple of years back, they will be missing him and Johnny Bairstow, who are both at the IPL, 2 crackerjack batsmen. And if Milan was to play and Bairstow, then Yorkshire would obviously be a very strong side and very, very competitive to go back up into the first division at the end of the season.
I'll tell you what, it's not bad though, is it? Lyth, Bean, Shan Masood, Joe Root, Brooke, and Hill got the 75 in the second innings. Strong side. What's your favourite memories? I was obviously with Gus a little while ago. We were talking through that 2014, 15, 16 period. It was great when he was managing director of cricket at the time. There was some great tussles in that time. What about as a player though? You got any ones that really stick out? A Yorkshire match for you?
Probably Sheffield, actually, where with Mike Brealey as captain. It was a very lively wicket, bouncy, and I remember, I think it was a year we shared the championship, so going back quite a number of years, that would have been 1977, and Wayne Daniel was playing in that match, and I think he sent 3 of the players, Richard Lum, might be Arnie Sidebottom, and one other to hospital. In those days, you got a bonus point for every 2 wickets. So if you took 10 wickets, you got 5 bonus points. And one of the players had to retire hurt, and therefore we didn't bowl them out. They declared 9 down, and we got 4 bonus points. When in fact we tied that championship that year with Kent. And you look back on little incidents like that actually cost you the championship. And even in our last game that we played, I think Lancashire at Blackpool, and you got your first batting bonus point at 150. Wayne Daniel went out to bat, I can't remember what total was, but on 149 we only needed 1 run for a bonus point. That last game of the season we needed 1 point, and Wayne got out we were bowled out for 149, so we didn't get any batting points. We won the game, and as we were travelling down the motorway around about Birmingham-ish, we just heard that Kent, who were playing at Warwickshire, had won that game, and found out we ended up sharing the championship with them. And just that one one run to get out 1 point in that first innings.
Have you bumped into anyone while you've been here today? Today is your first day back this season, you said, yeah?
I popped in the other day. I saw Gat, seen Clive Radley, and bumped into Gus walking around the ground.
I've seen Gat yet? Well, I saw him from afar.
Yeah, he's looking well. Still plump.
I thought I'd set you up a minute ago there. You left it alone.
Well, that's without being derogatory. Let's get that across.
It's up in the air. Now, trouble, long leg. Holds on, it's the end of Fernandez. Hook straight. Down the throat of Hill. Fernandez falls for 24. Finally got that second wicket. 57 the partnership. Delight for Thompson, delight for Yorkshire. A little bit of relief. Still 100 shy Middlesex.
Disappointing, having sort of got on top. There was no need to really play the hook shot on this pitch. Just let it go as he has done previously. He didn't get on top of the ball. Hands were low and then hooking up. Didn't make very good contact with the ball, and fine leg taking a comfortable catch. And right on the 100 to win mark as well. So there's still a long way to go in this game, and Yorkshire certainly won't give it up, that is for sure.
Yeah, the first innings collapse. Middlesex say collapse. The wickets have been a procession throughout the match. It's been one of the quieter periods actually. But they were 97 for 2 to 192 for 8. That's what they've got to be careful of here. The pressure of the chase as well. There's that ball from Thompson again. Just a little bit of inexperience maybe. The trap was set deep square and long leg, and as you say, the pressure was on Middlesex. Was on Yorkshire as long as this partnership went on. Lewis Deploy, key wicket. No Sam Robson in this match. Snowman's gone already. The big name is the big signing of Deploy. Recruited in from Derbyshire. Hungarian passport. South African heritage. Huge amount of talent.
Interesting passport. Hungarian.
That's where he's got the non-overseas element from. European passport. Amazing talent. Lewis Deploy, and a huge wicket. Huge moment in the match now. If they were to get Deploy early, then all of it that we're talking about, the 100 runs, what happened in the first innings, if they were to get Deploy early, they would feel in this game Yorkshire. Straight away on the spot. He was done in the first innings by one from around the wicket. I think it was Thompson. I'll just double check and make sure that it was Deploy. No, it's Code who got him from the nursery end around the wicket. Boy, it came back in from a long way outside off. Left it looked awful first look for Deploy, and then you saw how far back in it had come. Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm just looking here, when the batsman obviously didn't go for the run, they just must watch the ball.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Well, there's the timing. That's why he's a danger man, Deploy. Gentle offering of the bat. 62 for 2 midway through the 29th. Yeah, they've changed that ruling, haven't they? That the new batter's always on strike now. MCC have adjusted that, even if they ran the new batter is on strike, replacing the batter to fall.
That just goes to show how much cricket I've watched in the last 2 or 3 years, doesn't it?
It was only last year was the first year.
Was it? These little rule changes catch up with you when you're a little bit ignorant of what's going on.
Well, sometimes they slip through, don't they? A rule change or a regulation change. But that one, probably agree with it. I think can understand. You're almost penalised as the bowling side for not penalised, but you think, well, you've taken the wicket, you should be rewarded by getting the new batter onto strike. If you're pressing for a victory at the end of the match, and taking the wicket, and then the
Yeah,
fella
but
who's
the
on
other
100.
side of the coin there is if you drop the ball, you need to, be looking to run. One would have thought if the ball's gone high and it's gone deep, you're going for a run. If he drops it, you're going to come through for 2.
Now to Ploy.
There's another one.
He's
6.
got it away. 6. Goodness me. Heart in mouth moment for Middlesex. Thompson would have felt in the game for a moment there. It's a big boundary and he sent it the whole way.
It also sets a message as well. 4 and 6 after getting the wicket of Fernandez, and it's a very similar shot, but obviously much better contact on the ball than Duploy, and I think that just goes to show that little bit more experience, watching the ball a little bit more, but quick hands, fast hands, and clears the boundary quite comfortably at deep fine leg.
Holden still there on 33. That's just alleviated a little bit of pressure. All of a sudden, it's 90 to win instead of 100. Well, you mentioned the just when you were talking about the Tide title. I know you've got to go in a minute because you've got family here, Embers. But before you do that, when you were mentioning about the 77, the draw, and missing out on a point, Holden pulls away. Something's up. Were you coach when Langer declared here 50 for 8? Somerset?
No, I wasn't. I think that was the back end of the 90s, wasn't it?
No. Fourth, he was captain of Somerset. Somerset were 50 for 8. I was trying to think. Were you still coach at that point? It was overcast morning. Middlesex had gone through, put Somerset in, had gone through and 50 for 8, and Langer declared to deny Middlesex a point. Another bowling point. It just reminded me. I was wondering whether you were still coach at that point. Can't quite remember the year. Maybe it was a little later.
If I was, I wouldn't have been very happy.
No, exactly. Yeah, former Middlesex man, of course, Langer. Yeah, it was one of those days. And Langer's response was, "Well, we wanted a piece of those overheads. Morning session, hour and a half gone. We thought we'd declare and have 20 minutes before lunch, but that wasn't quite the way Middlesex saw it."
Yeah, I've bumped into him once or twice. Look, last year at Totteridge Mill Hillians Cricket Club, I had a long chat with him. He played a season or so of club cricket there. And I played 4 or 5 seasons there in my 60s. But Justin was, when he was with Middlesex, I think, associated with Totteridge Mill Hillians as a cricket club. They played in the Hertfordshire League. And a very good club, very friendly club, very ambitious in terms of wanting to get out of the first division into the Premiership, which we managed to do, and they've been very competitive ever since.
Felt as though it rushed him a little bit there. They got some bounce against him in the early innings. He's played that well. Goodness me. 4 runs for Deploy.
That's good batting, isn't it? It's just scoring runs all around the wicket. His first 4 came square on the offside, just using the pace of the ball. Then the short ball pulled away for 6, and this ball just going across his wicket there. A little bit of a leg glance, fine.
Thought it bounced more on him than it did. It didn't so much so. It was Edwards from the pavilion end. Seemed to get some really good bounce to Deploy in the first innings.
And the good thing about this is just taking that little bit of hope that Yorkshire may have had. All of a sudden, this 14 runs very quickly from Deploy just sort of would be deflating Yorkshire a little bit as they see the games just slipping away from them again.
Pretty much like Middlesex coming into this one, they just thought try and get 2 down, which is tough when you've got Lyth, Bean and Masood as your top 3, but get at Brook early. That'll be Yorkshire's hope now. Try and get Deploy early and just see if it can build some pressure. I was just saying, his stats are phenomenal. Average of just below 49 in first class cricket for Lewis Deploy. Turned 29 in January. former Bowland player, which is where Darwin Milan came from, as we were mentioning. 100 first-class games, 20 centuries, 33 50s. Not bad.
It's very consistent, and that's what you want from your ideally homebred players as well, rather than someone that's developed all of their cricket from overseas. But no, there's no doubting that he is a quality player.
Someone's watching the stream. Afternoon, gents. Have one for us. Have two for Embers. Middle of the mound stand.
A moment of fame.
Or infamy if they're not supposed to be here. Quick, hide before they see us. Embers, I know you've got to go. You've got family here. It's lovely, lovely to see you.
Pleasure, Kevin, and hopefully get the opportunity to come in and join you
every and any time, please do.
Some of our future games.
Every any time, please do. Honestly, that first match, it was great downstairs and up here as well. But seeing everybody, we have to do a little bit more of it and get the gang back together.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Embers. We've got a very brief guest appearance from the man that we just said goodbye to. Embers, you got to come back. You got to squeeze in next to me. We've done this in many commentary boxes over the years, but pick up the mic and say hello again, because we're just going to bring you onto commentary cam for your grandkids who are next door. There we go. Right. Say hello to the grandkids.
I'll just
Give them a
say
wave.
Hello to Ned and Kip. Hi, Ned and Kip.
They're in next door. Lovely to see you. We know you got it. You know you got to go, Embers. Hopefully they were watching now. I think I've just heard your wife going, quick, look at the telly. Did they see? Have we got the thumbs up? Are we allowed to let you go now, Embers? They saw. Take care. Please come in whenever you're in. Whenever you've got the chance. That rolls back the years. Seeing Embers, he was the Middlesex coach when I first started doing this job. We used to spend many an hour in many a tight commentary box tucked up next to each other like that. 75 for 2. Have a quick glance at the scores elsewhere. Told you of the results for Essex beating Lancashire. Second team to lose a championship game this summer in the third rounds. Lancashire. Hampshire have lost a few. They're 2-6-2 for 5 now. Middleton 109 still there. Gubbins has gone for 119. Fuller, Vince, Prest and Dawson. Fuller in at 4. What's the thought process there? Oh my! Now we saw a lot of that from Deploy in the first innings. Use of the feet. Kids go hard again. Not far away from that off stump. End of the over, 77 for 2. Just said hello to the Embers and goodbye. Never met Ember's wife all these years. My first Middlesex coach. Back to those scores elsewhere. So Hampshire trail by 192 with 5 wickets standing in their first innings against Warwickshire at Southampton. Surrey are 412 for 4, leading Kent by 168. 150 for Sibley. Corton bowled Parkinson. 112 for Lawrence bowled Parkinson. Smith, Folkes, and Patel now currently there keeping things going. Folkes has gone for 24. Oh, he's nipped on through, has he? He has. Code picks up the wicket. Yorkshire have a third. Still 81 to win. 77 for 3. That wicket of deploy becomes even bigger now. Holden, 101 deliveries. A fine 35 from the Middlesex number 3. He's given it a really good start, but keeper standing up. That's a fine piece of work behind the stumps. Code picks up the wicket. And Yorkshire, their hopes pick up once more. Middlesex just need to be a little bit wary now. 2 new batters at the crease. That's fantastic work by Tattersall. Put down 1 before lunch. Makes no mistake on this one. Welcome back, Angus Fraser.
Yep, big double break for Yorkshire. Last few overs, Deploy's come in and played aggressively as he does. Quickly moved to 17. But 2 big wickets for Yorkshire. All of a sudden, the calm that was in the Middlesex dressing room will be starting to get a bit more nervous. And this is a big partnership, you think, 2 naturally aggressive players. I don't think they're going to just sit back and let Yorkshire bowl to them. So the next few minutes important for Yorkshire in the way that they potentially break this partnership and start getting into Middlesex's less experienced middle to lower order. Middlesex will be hoping these 2 come back for another 10 or 15 overs. If they do that, they'll be breaking the back of the 80 runs that they require for victory. But game on again.
Well, it's funny how things tip, isn't it? You know, a couple of overs go, Fernandez still there, 1 down, but all of a sudden 77 for 3, 81 more to require. Just get pushed past that halfway mark in the chase all of a sudden, don't you?
It is, and I say all of a sudden, well, it can get a bit nervy, can get a bit touchy. I mean, we're probably feeling a bit more nervous up here watching now than we were 10 minutes ago. And equally,
outside the line.
And equally, the pressure probably is more on the Middlesex batsmen at this moment in time. It always seems to be one mistake and you're out. As a bowling group, you've got 10 people around you as a bowler to sort of help you make something happen. And we suddenly see the field come in. There's been a couple of outfielders, but they're now going to be squeezing, making Middlesex work hard for every run, trying to create a bit of pressure out there. A couple of slips in a gully. We've seen 1 slip in a gully and quite a sort of field in front of the batters.
India over 77 for 3.
I think Deploy only knows to play one way, doesn't he? Which is to be aggressive, to look to take the game forward, and that's a good thing too, because say a couple of boundaries and that score, the target comes down quickly, and then the pressure shifts more to Yorkshire. But no, well poised at this moment in time.
Yeah, he's a player of immense talent, isn't he? Lewis Deploy. He's just going through his figures with John Embry a moment ago.
That was the old boy.
Good spirits as ever. Couldn't resist the opportunity to have a shot at Gat before he got off the mic. Told him he missed out in the Glamorgan game. All the names that were up here: Ricky Alcock, myself, Roland Butcher, Mike Roseberry, Mark Ramprakash was up. He said he's got a bit of time on his hands this summer. He'll come back and do a bit more. I don't know what he's letting himself in for.
Well, you were saying earlier on you spent plenty of time with him
Honestly, that first year was incredible. I was 25 when I first started doing this. Someone who's grown up loving cricket and watching cricket, but obviously didn't play at a professional level. And then all of a sudden, you're sitting there as a commentator learning from John Embry as he's talking you through the game as your summariser. You're going to tell me at this point I didn't learn quickly enough.
Well, no. I was going to say with Embers, he's never short of a word, is he? So you probably didn't have to say much, really. You just sort of loaded the gun and let him go off on one. And
Shh, don't tell him what the tactic was.
Probably went off at a tangent every now and then. He thought, how on earth have we ended up here? But no, John's passion for the game has never been anything other than extremely high. And loves talking about it, loves being around the game of cricket, which is great to see.
Oh, wow. All of a sudden the ball's fizzing through that little bit quicker.
Well, yeah, and as I say, Higgins was a bit tentative in the last over, so he did get a naught in the first innings. So having got a double 100, it almost looked like he was going to leave that, and then had a little waft at it. So having got 200 here in the first game against Glamorgan, it probably seems a long way away at this moment in time.
He was bowled by Code for 9 in the first innings. A lovely ball to the top of. I took the bail off.
Actually, that was a good ball, wasn't it? Sort of almost, when you say top of off, that is almost the perfect delivery. It's sort of from the nursery end, sort of angled in slightly, just held its line and beat the outside edge and clipped the top of off. Beautiful delivery.
End of the over. 78 for 3, 34 gone. Middlesex still need 80 to win. 78 for 3. What are we? 10 to 3. So about an hour and 10 minutes until tea. They've slowed it right down, Yorkshire.
Well, they have. They bowl with great discipline. The Middlesex aren't at their Bon Jovi moment yet, is it? Halfway there.
Living on a prayer.
Yeah, that's true. Not got there yet. It always used to be quite good value that when sort of England were playing abroad and chasing a target, and all of a sudden that start up in the background. So when the Barmy Army sort of were halfway there. Did I read somewhere he can't sing anymore, Bon Jovi? I think
is that right?
Yeah, I thought I saw something in the paper to say told he can't sing anymore. Perhaps he damaged his vocals over the years.
Got to go back for Embers for a moment. I think I was mentioning to you just before Embers sat down that there was that day at Wantage Road and just sat there all day talking cricket as the game inevitably went to a draw even before the first ball was bowled, and that final day it was nailed on. Nothing was going to happen. Dead match and a draw. But my first ever day commentating on Middlesex was at Southampton. Not sure if I told you this one. And I was on my own down there doing the radio commentary. And the boss had said to me, right, go and see Embers, the coach. He'll come and do the commentary with you, ask him. So I went and saw him and said, excuse me, Mr. Embry, no, I'm Kevin, I'm doing the commentary now. And he said, yeah, I'll come and sit with you all day, don't worry, I'll do the whole day with you, it'll be fine, it'll be the two of us. About 20 minutes went by, still no sign of Embers. And at this point, the GS Bowl was still half built, so we were commentating, or I was commentating in a porter cabin. Deep backward square leg, couldn't see the scoreboard. No Wi-Fi back then, of course. I thought, well, at least I've got Embers going to bail me out on this. Next thing I know, Embers wanders onto the fields. Of course, back then there's only the coach and the physio, isn't there? And Embers wanders on the fields. Middlesex, 12th man injured, 13th man injured. Embers did the entire day in the field, and I did the entire day on my own. First day of Middlesex commentary. I think Warren was playing that game for Hampshire.
That isn't at the deep end then, isn't it?
Sink or swim. I know you'd have rather hoped that I'd have sunk that day, but sorry to say.
Must have been a couple of rubber armbands around.
End of the over, 78 for 3. Bumper to get out of the over. Long leg set, but oh, no ball called. Yeah, it was short. Bon Jovi. It's a good ball to follow up. He'd been frustrated by the no ball before. Ingles that one back into the off stump. End of the over. 80 for 3. Deploy 18 will have strike. Higgins, 0 from 12. There's the opposition coach, Otis Gibson. Durham bowling coach as well. Corey Collymore had a lot of good things to say about Otis Gibson.
Yeah, it's a good bowling. Patience here at the moment, and deploy for the last wicket. It was 18 of 17 balls, so 13 dots in a row. Not his natural game. Higgins has 12 dots in a row, so we're looking at probably 4. Well, there was a no ball, wasn't there? They're the only run, so that prevented there being 4 maidens in a row. But it's good, accurate stuff from Yorkshire seamers.
For those that are left, it's still a pretty tasty match. It's not as busy a crowd today as it was days 1 and 2. Maybe that was a few thinking it wouldn't be as tense on the final day. Could have been over in a flash this morning. 3 quick wickets. Middlesex get off to a good start. Battling the London Marathon to get in.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be interesting. I mean, so Yorkshire started, didn't they? 130 ahead, 130 ahead. So we know what fourth day chases can be like here at Lord's. Certainly in those scoring games, there's been quite a lot of games like this in the last 3 or 4 years. Another maiden.
They've just always seemed to produce brilliant encounters. I asked Embers for his memory of Yorkshire matches, and he said the 77 year when the title was shared. And at Sheffield they needed, I think he said, 1 more batting point. Wayne Daniel fell and it was 149 and they were all out.
Yeah, I don't remember that many big... a few matches against Yorkshire, but I don't think any stood. I mean, Yorkshire, to be fair, they weren't a particularly strong side when I came through in the mid-80s, mid to late 80s and early 90s. Had a decent side, but there was all sorts seemed to be going on up there. There was always rucking and moaning. I do remember we played. Remember one game? It was my first game. Played against Geoffrey Boycott, and I think he got 80 odd. In 80 odd overs, and everybody was criticising him for batting slowly. And I actually got him out in that. I think I bowled him for 80 odd or whatever. And Yorkshire won the game by the exact amount of runs that he scored in the first innings. So obviously, according to Geoffrey, he won. That was his innings that won the game.
Worked away down to long leg. I'm just trying to think who would have been the big Yorkshire names of that era. I mean, obviously when Gough came through, but who came through before Gough?
Well, there's Boycott Moxon.
But Boycott was 70s, wasn't he? For the England team that came through. Richard Blakey was obviously one of the big prospects, wasn't he, as an England under 19, I remember. Commentated with Richard a few years back up at Headingley. We had a good few days. I think it was a Yorkshire-Kent match then. Title on the line. Afternoon to you, Blakey, if you tuned in.
Yes, I found that game actually. So, 1986. Jeff Boycott was caught Radley bowled Emery for 69. He wasn't 80. He got 69. Yorkshire got 276, 126 overs. Their side was Boycott, Moxon, Metcalfe, Sharp, Love, Hartley, Bairstow, Carrick, Sidebottom, Paul Jarvis, and Simon Dennis. Yorkshire got 276. Bowled Middlesex out for 173. He then bowled Yorkshire out for 153. Fraser 3 for 19 off 9, including Boycott, Metcalfe and Sharp. Worked through the top order. Middlesex 187 all out. Who got wickets? Jarvis, didn't he? Yeah, Jarvis got 6 for 47. Fraser not out 7, couldn't get me out. Bowled Jarvis for 12 in the first innings.
But you mentioned that side. That was the end of the era for a lot of those players, wasn't it? At that point, so it was a fair while before Yorkshire put a real team back together, wasn't it?
Yes. So Boycott would have been coming to the end. Arnie Sidebottom, Bill Carrick, Bluey Bairstow, Kevin Sharp. He would have been back end. Jim Love back end. Simon Hartley. I love they had good names, didn't they? Sort of. Well, I'd say David Bairstow behind the stumps, just a fantastic character. Go on, Red Dog. Red Dog was Sidebottom because he had ginger hair and he had red hair. Go on, Red Dog. That's what he kept saying behind the stumps. And Daisy. Simon Hartley was it Simon or Peter Hartley? I can't remember which one. One of the Hartleys was Daisy. Daisy, because some days he did, some days he didn't. Middlesex had a strong side. AJT Miller, so he would have been playing then ahead of Barlow, who probably had some back injuries at the end of his career. Miller Slack, Gatting, Butcher, Radley, Downton, Emery, Edmonds, Hughes, Fraser, Cowan. So
What year was that?
1986. So again, Wayne Daniel would have been starting to have to come towards the end. He had back problems as well towards the back end of his career. Neil
What would you
Williams
have been for that one?
21. Yeah, 21.
So you're 21, Gat was skipper. That great side. How many years did it take you before you were able to tell Gat to settle down?
Been a few actually, yeah, because it's quite sort of a dominant figure, Gat.
You're bigger than him though, taller than him anyway.
It's quite a strong man. Just looking at my first game at Headingley. Oh dear. Yorkshire, it's 1988, Yorkshire 463 for 3. Ashley Metcalf 216. Is it Phil Robinson? I think it was Phil Robinson, 86. Jim Love 70. Fraser 30, 11, 50, 0.
Middles- 11, 50 noughts.
Yeah.
He did a Corey Collingwood, then he kept on going past the edge.
Absolutely. Middlesex 315 for 6. Yorkshire, blimey, 165 without loss. Fraser 7, 1, 22, 0. Middlesex 322 for 9. Fraser run out 2, I can't remember that. Match drawn. I don't get run out over trying to save a game.
The ones you can't remember. Gat probably can. 83 for 3, 75 more to win here. Yorkshire have got a good holding pattern at the moment.
Actually, Gat would have been going spare because Simon Hughes was in front of me. He got run out too. But we're obviously in with a chance of getting it. So we were 3. What's 165 plus 463? That's 628. 315 plus 322. Yeah, so going for it. First game of 40 over cricket was actually against Yorkshire. Sunday league game.
Oh.
Park Avenue, Bradford. Yorkshire 132 for 9 in 37. Yorkshire were. Rain. Fraser. Expensive 7-0, 46-3. Hartley, Bairstow, Stevenson. What year was that? '85, so I'd have been 19. It's a great ground, Headingley. Remember playing there in a Nat West quarter-final or something. I can't remember what year it was, and sort of 6,000-7,000 people there, and suddenly there were this noise, the sort of cheers when Yorkshire were doing well. I'm trying to remember which game that was. That was it. Nat West second round in 1988. Middlesex 225. Yorkshire actually we beat them 188. Gatting 74, Downton 43. Actually, I got wickets again. I'm not bringing these games up just because I got wickets.
They're just the ones you happen to remember.
Yeah, 12 to actually. I mean, Yorkshire. You did have sides that you do well against. I mean, Yorkshire was a side that did well against. Worcester were, Hampshire were. There are others that you didn't do so well against. Maybe something to do with the ground and the fact that there were pitches were a bit better to bowl on.
Yeah. End of the 40th, 84 for 3. There we go. Tells the story, doesn't it, that run rate, 2.10. Slowing it right down, Shah Massoud.
Comes then to sort of change, doesn't it? It's why, I suppose, as a batting attack, batting lineup, you want to see through two bowlers when they're bowling well. Will there be a release? Can the bowlers that replace them come on and maintain the same sort of control? And they've got this far, so Code's fine spell finishes, and Thompson comes on. Thompson, yes, he might go for the odd boundary, but he does produce some good balls, doesn't he? So it's might be a few more scoring opportunities for Middlesex here, but equally Yorkshire will be hoping that he can get one through, deploy his defences.
It would be massive right now, wouldn't it? The deploy wicket's huge for this match situation. Eskenazi in next. He's only had one bat all season in the first innings.
It's interesting now how, I wouldn't say fast bowlers were, it was frowned upon to go around the wicket to left-handers, but it was certainly seen as a sign of defeat, really. Get the natural action angle across, and that was deemed to be all that was important. But so with batters now covering the stumps, you can't see the stumps, and you've got to swing the ball back into them to get them out LBW, or get the ball to move in unless you're very close to the stumps. Shot. He's run away. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary, but should be three. Deploy quick between the wickets, as is Higgins. But now it's just generally accepted to left-handers that seam bowlers come straight. I was actually preferred at the end, almost coming around the wicket. You did feel that you could get bowled LBW. It's interesting because I was quite close to stumps. It meant I was quite wide of the crease. And we were talking about Edwards, wasn't it? Maybe close to no balling. My foot sort of sometimes got quite close there, so you almost, because you'd sort of jump in, you jump wider as well. And just felt bowling over the wicket sometimes to left-handers. If you're just a bit short, the angle just went across and you were there to be cut. A little bit of swing.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't feel as though this ball's done as much as the first two innings of this match. Maybe again that's just pitch, except we're only really in second day territory of this game, aren't we, in terms of number of overs. It doesn't feel as though, I mean, the 30 over mark in the first. Certainly in the Middlesex innings, then yesterday, Yorkshire innings, 30 over mark, it really felt as though that ball was swinging quite noticeably when they got to that stage. Of course, the Yorkshire first innings was all done by the 37th.
Higgins swung the ball, didn't he? Yesterday afternoon, I sort of brief little period that I did watch.
Good use of the feet from Higgins, his first boundary. 65 to win.
Yeah, Higgins repeating the style of a lot of players in this game, just to sort of get down that pitch, isn't it? Try and put the bowler under pressure. Not quick enough to be able to force on the back foot, so we see a little shimmy there. And that's a good stroke, that, actually. I mean, you maybe sort of see that can be driven through extra cover, but in a lot of ways, hitting it straight down the wicket, full face to the bat, through mid-on, just to the right of the stumps is the right way to play it. So excellent shot by Higgins. He'll feel a lot better. Moves on to 6. And a productive over for Middlesex there. 9 runs off it.
It is what we noted in this game. It feels been a lot more straight down the ground in this game than you usually see.
Well, I suppose that's technique of batters, and to be fair, it's the right technique. It's not the sort of time of the year to be sort of ramping and reverse sweeping and flicking around. It's give yourself a chance. You want to be showing the full face of the bat to the bowler and trying to hit it back past him.
Round the wicket. You could see a lot of off stump was my initial feeling on that. Maybe not.
A bit high, it's around thigh guard, isn't it? High leg side, so benefit of the doubt. Angle going round the wicket, quite wide of the crease.
It's further across than I realised, deploy. Which is something that was noted in the first game. I think he batted off leg and they came around the wicket, and all of a sudden he was batting on off. My first trip to commentate, you were talking about the 6,000 at Yorkshire and the noise for one day match. My first commentary at Yorkshire at Headingley was, I think it was a Pro 40 or whatever they called it back then, C40, CB40. A day-night match, and Chris Wright was the summariser for me. Sent up to summarise the game. Now with Leicestershire, isn't he? I think still going, Chris Wright.
All right, yeah.
Chris Wright and Nick Compton, they were the two, and Embers. Compton loved the mic, obviously. Wrighty was just a nice guy, and Embers obviously loved nattering away, so they were the regular summarisers. But up at that game, it's the first time I met Dave Callaghan, the famous Yorkshire commentator and a dear friend, obviously. The first time I met Callie, and it was up at the top of the football stand as it was then. It was almost like a little turret right at the back of the stand that you were just peering out. Peering out of this tiny little commentary box, but you're right at the back of the stand, and almost more like a football commentaries generally in amongst the stand, the press box, less so in cricket. But for that match at Headingley that night, it was packed to the football stand for this day-night match, and it was poor Wrighty and I stuck at the back there, surrounded by all the Yorkshire fans. To be fair, it was a great night. The humour was great, and they all took it in good spirit, because we were the only commentary team. Yorkshire weren't covered at that point by commentary.
I always remember when I was a journalist, because the players moved, didn't they, from the old pavilion, which was over, I'm trying to think now, it's ground, well, there's the rugby ground at one end, and it's sort of, if you're looking from the football ground, probably at 2 o'clock was where the pavilion, the old pavilion, the famous old pavilion that you remember Bob Willis sprinting to in 1981 after winning that remarkable test match. And then that was knocked down, and the players moved into the football stand, didn't they, into the rugby dressing rooms. I think the same dressing rooms that the rugby league side use. And the press box was right next to where the players used to sit, probably too close to the players for their liking. As with the commentary positions, everything was sort of just around that little area, wasn't it? And you're right, it wasn't sort of the most spacious of places.
I think Middlesex were doing all right that night, and I remember Wrighty just whispering his summaries because he didn't want all the Yorkshire fans to hear him. We were keeping our head down as best we could that evening. Yeah, I think Headingley, Old Trafford, Sophia Gardens, before they were all really redeveloped, just about caught the back end of those grounds as they were.
Well, Old Trafford used to obviously be, well, the grounds switch around 90 degrees, isn't it? So it was the Red Rose Suite at one end, and then the other end was the press box. I always remember being in that press box when the 2005 Ashes and Australia, sort of teams celebrating on the balcony when they'd got away with a draw. And sort of, that was my intro, really, almost. I mean, because England were brilliant, and England, it was another fantastic game of cricket. But the all-conquering Aussies to be jumping up and down and celebrating, having got away with the draw, sort of highlighted how far England had come and how good the quality of cricket England were playing.
Was that fourth test heading?
It went
Old Trafford.
We got thumped here, didn't we?
Yep. I was here for that one. Did 5 days of that.
Then I think it would have been Edgbaston, which was the glove down the leg side.
McGrath steps on the ball.
Yeah, that would have been the second test. Then the third test would have been Old Trafford. Yeah, it would have been 10,000, 20,000 people locked out, wasn't it? 10 or 20,000 people locked out on the final day. Unbelievable scenes. Then to Trent Bridge, where Hoggard and Giles, wasn't it Hoggard and Giles, sort of saw off the winning runs, and then obviously the Oval Test match and the draw. Bad light. Captain shaking hands behind in the dressing room area of the pavilion to
win the Ashes.
Shot Higgins. It's going to be 4 more. Couple of good shots there by Ryan. First one down the ground, that one a little bit straighter, so just helping it through mid-wicket. Putting the bowlers under pressure by coming down the pitch to them. Flipping it to that short boundary, so Middlesex 61 required for victory. Change in the field. Second slip that was there is now coming out to short mid-wicket.
.61 to win. 97 for 3. Sun's out. Looks like it will be for a while. A bit more blue coming in behind the grandstand. One of the great things, one of the great parts of the friendship with Joe Callaghan, of which was many, is it also built a friendship with Jason Gillespie, because he and Callie were great friends. So Dizzy and I still in contact now, get on well. Anytime I'm doing anything with him, or anybody I know is doing something with Dizzy, I always say, if you want to get him off on a good start, just ask him, would England have won the Ashes in 2005 if McGrath hadn't stepped on that ball?
Probably not.
Although, to be fair, the winter before, was it not the winter before, but the tour down under before, England were looking pretty good for that. But didn't Thorpe and Gough both get injured just ahead of the tour? The squad looked really good, and that was one where you thought England going to Australia, actually they got a real chance doing something at last. But sure, Gough and Thorpe got injured just before that tour, and of course by the time 2005 came around, Thorpe was out. That was his... Did he play the first test, Thorpe, 2005?
Well, the Ashes would have been, I think I covered, Ashes would have been 3-4, wouldn't it, or 2-3? Because I would have been a journalist then. That was that the 5-0?
It might have been. I just remember England were in a really good place going there, weren't they?
But captain, that was split. I all remember, well, again, just been in this media centre the day that the England tour, the squad was announced for the Ashes, and they took quite a few injured players. Well, they selected some injured players, I think Flintoff being one of them. And it was the winter that they were having the outfield done here. So it was like a sort of battle yard. I mean, it's like a sort of war zone out there with sort of no grass and just all piles of mud everywhere where they were sort of slowly moving around, and the big diggers, the machinery was from a company called Gamble, and it was like England had taken a gamble with their selection and it didn't pay off. I just remember they got walloped, didn't they, 5-0. I think that was the one where Gilchrist got that 100 at Perth, didn't he? And I think it was over a record number of days, wasn't it, I think. Alex Tudor got hit by Brett Lee. That was nasty. Yeah, I don't think that was a happy tour, actually, thinking about it.
That was the last tour before 2005, was it?
Yeah, it would have been. I think I remembered myself sort of almost being chucked in at the deep end. I think after that, the tour after that was Harmison first ball to first slip, wasn't it?
Yes.
Second slip, that was the 2006-7.
Yeah.
Which we got beaten in. And then Strauss took charge. We'd have won 2010-11 was when we won, I think, wasn't it? Shot, 4 more. Worth a try with a fine leg out there on deep boundary. Higgins safely guided it, or swiped it well out of the way of the keeper. And it brings up the 100 for Middlesex and gets the runs required down to something with a 5 in front of it. It's almost like you tick these marks off. I remember when I was director of cricket in 2016 and we went up and I sort of said, right, every 10 runs I'll do 10 sit-ups or 10 press-ups, and I was at the other end and it was against Notts at Trent Bridge, and Simpson and Franklin I was absolutely knackered because they were whittling along. Got about 120 in quite fast time, and I was absolutely shattered when I went round to congratulate the team at the end. I was sat in one of the boxes up in the press area there. Bit of spin being introduced into the attack. Moriarty bowled a couple of overs in Middlesex's first innings. Just Cares was quite aggressive to him, wasn't he? Reverse swept him for 4. Interesting to see how Deploy looks to play against Moriarty. He'll be bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, so he'll have a bit of rough to throw the ball into outside of stump with the left-hander. Field changes going on here, little delay whilst the Yorkshire fielders go and get the helmet and the padding for short leg from the boundary's edge.
There we go, right up at the top left there, below the pavilion. Padding up, helmet on, conflab down here. Taking his time here now, about orchestrating the fields. I have all the time in the world. Lewis Deploy looks Less than impressed at the moment, but puts his bat onto his shoulder and sits back in his crease, just waits. Moriarty particularly placing all of them. Places the single nicely there. Deployed to end the over. 105 for 3, 52 to him.
Yeah, good run there. Something that Middlesex need to do. Push the fielders. Saw some slightly, I don't know, a bit of nervous running, wasn't there, to start with between Fernandez and Holden. But these two naturally looking for runs, these two, so we're looking to put the bad balls away, but also to take as many singles as they can.
Someone better wake that fella up in the background. He's missing a great game here.
Must be listening to our commentary.
Maybe he ran the marathon this morning.
Yeah, I did the marathon once.
Never to be done again.
I
have to admit, if there's one thing I can't do, it's long distance
well, I
running.
was okay with that, Drew. I mean, I suppose having days in the field, you're sort of used to it, and long
Well,
spells.
not, yeah.
You sort of, I mean, you can do it, and it wasn't. I mean, it's hard work, but it wasn't as unbearable. That's a good shot. Where's he at that? It's 4 runs, so Middlesex's target. Under 40 now, under 50, 49 required. So next one is to make sure there's a 3 in front of it. But the hardest thing about the marathon is training. That's the time-consuming and exhausting thing. Is you've got to run up to 16, 17, 18 miles in your training. They're always sort of say you can do the rest, sort of almost because of your.
What's the multiplier when you're bowling when that pressure goes down on your knee? What's the multiple of your body
6
weight?
or 7 times, isn't it? Something like that.
Kind of puts the marathon into perspective, doesn't it? You're
Yeah, I
all
mean,
day
you're not putting your foot down with quite the same force as a bowler is when he's.
That's what I mean. It's
But no, I'd say
all day.
I mean, I plodded around. I did it in 5 hours. Got back. First text I got was from my son. Well done, Dad. Only 3 hours behind the winner. But it was a. I look back on it now because I just got in my mind sort of, and actually it was quite interesting when you go to Blackheath and you're there and you think, well, I'm just about to run 26 miles or whatever it is, and there's people running around doing stretching, and I'm sitting there thinking, sit down, save your energy, just relax, you're going to need it later on. And people do this, and you sort of, it's almost like, I suppose, being a professional sportsman, you manage yourself well through these situations and remain pretty disciplined, and sort of, right, each thing, you get a little drink, you've got your bits of energy in bars in your pocket that you have every mile, and you sort of maintain that discipline throughout. And I just had my earphones in and just listening to music and just thought, right, it's 5 hours, it's a day in the field, I've done hundreds of them in my career. They might be trying to get this, well, they are trying to get it changed, whether they get it done, we'll see. And it was only in the last sort of couple of miles that I sort of took my earphones out and sort of where the crowds were, and I missed a trick there because it's very, very humbling. The crowds are unbelievable all the way. It's an unbelievable occasion, and I wish I'd done that earlier to some extent, rather than just sort of getting my own little focused cricketing world and getting through it as you do a day in the field type of thing. And running up, although I got overtaken by the pantomime horse on the mall. My sprint finish. And so I'm glad I did it, but then Middlesex were playing Durham at the time. I came back here and had a bath here, so I sort of got back here and then sort of relaxed. And Middlesex were playing Durham in a championship match, and a few days later, a week or so later, I was still bowling in the nets then, just to sort of give some practice, and something went crunch in my back, and it was disc issues, and I've had sort of disc issues since, and I trained for the marathon again, and the same disc issues came back, so I've had 2 surgeries doing the marathon, so I'm not going to go for it again.
What year was that you ran it? I mean, it literally seems like yesterday, but you're going to tell me it was 2011 or something.
I think it might have been 12. It might have been our first year in Division 1 because we were playing Durham in the championship. So yeah, it would have been
12 years ago. I didn't know that bit about the back injury. I was going to bring that up with you actually. I remember when you first came back and you were in the nets. I remember seeing it to the Oval, where obviously they have the practice nets out, part of that huge square at the Oval. So I see you running in there, bowling.
Yeah, well, it's good. Well, it's quite good for your fitness and also better practice than throw-in, really. So just used to go and have a bowl at Milan and Simpson and the young Robson and people like that. So it's as good when they wanted a hit. Gives the coaches a bit of a break. And I was still physically fit enough to do it, but I say something went crunch and suddenly get these spasms down your leg. I've still got numbness down somewhere, so even though I've sort of had bits of disc removed and things like that, it's still a numbness outside my left leg that you're going to have for the rest of your life, but you can live with it. There's a mate of mine, a bloke called Michael Houlihan. He's staying with us. He was hoping to get. He's an Australian. He's come over. He's done 91 marathons now. He's mad. So that's his starting point. But he's, I think he's doing this at Manchester Marathon. There's another marathon in Germany. They come over from Penrith in Sydney, do a couple of marathons around Europe each year. That's commitment.
Yeah, I have to admit, long distance running never agreed with me. I guess I was never cut out to be a fast bowler in the end.
I quite liked it. I was a good runner. Not the quickest off the mark, but once I got going I was alright. And I don't know, I suppose it was like a bit very old school sort of training, but simple sort of methods. So I bowl a spell for an hour, so I run for an hour. That was my training. So I go and have a run for an hour, 45, 50 minutes an hour. And I suppose it's one thing, you've got to keep your focus, keep your concentration. So as a bowler, you've got to keep your concentration for an hour, even though you're getting physically tired and you're doing something. And it was sort of almost based on the Liverpool thing, wasn't it? They used to train for 45 minutes, 2 45-minute training sessions under the old sort of Bob Paisley and people like that. Well, I'm bowling for an hour, therefore I should run for an hour, because I'm almost getting myself snow off the mark there in the outfield. But made it up, so there's only a single there. But you look at it now, and they don't rarely do distance running now. It's all sort of short shuttles, because they believe, or well, obviously there's more than belief, the data sort of suggests that does you as much good as going out there and running the streets for 6 or 7 miles.
Middle's just a fraction deep there. Now in the single, well batted from deploy. End of the over, 1-1 for 3. 47 to win for Middlesex.
The silences, we're trying to work out where tea is.
Don't tell him, Gus.
Is it 4 o'clock, or is it when there's 36 overs, I'm hesitant to say. It's normally 32, isn't it? So you walk off when there's 32 overs left. But because they've had the extra half an hour of play on to make up time, that's another 8 overs. So it means it's a 104 over day. 104 divided by 3 is 230. 34, 35, 35, 34, and it's 70, 104. So is it 34 or 35 overs left, which means there'll be another 12 overs. Anyway, we're wittering on here, I'm boring everybody to death, but...
You're buying me time to text David Kendricks. Just to make it doubly despairing for him. When is tea? From Kevin Gus.
So you're going for 4 o'clock, are you?
Yeah, I'm sure we went off at 4 yesterday.
So 4 o'clock, another. So you can have a long session. Last session.
Well, that was
10 more
yeah.
minutes. So 3 more overs. That's 47, 45.
Because the wicket fell and they walked off for tea. That was when Higgins took. So I'm pretty sure it is 4. But yeah, that was the long spell that Corey had up here yesterday evening. He said it was the longest spell he's ever had at the nursery end. That's a fine shot. Higgins on to 20, 42 to win.
So someone's questioning you here, aren't they? Someone else is saying 36 to go. You should know you've been in this seat for years. I mean, to sit up here and say I don't know is just not acceptable.
Well, blokes like Hendricks, they change it every other year, don't they?
You saying they make it up as they go along?
Oh, now
No, it didn't carry. He's coming back for 3. Well run. Deploy. Suddenly got a 3 in front of it. Middlesex supporters. 39 required.
Short, hey.
Ollie Rayner might have got it. Well, a couple of little things going Middlesex's way there. Higgins edged one, guided one down to third man for 4-3. Deploy Thick's outside edge, and all of a sudden it's a 12 run over for Middlesex. And the target comes down to 35. I'm going to throw this one in you as well. All of a sudden, can T be delayed to make sure that to get the game finished? I don't know whether it. I know it 9 wickets it can. I know you can claim the extra half hour sometimes at the end of a day's play.
I think it can, because I remember there was a game down at Sussex, and I mean, you'd have been in charge at that point. Middlesex had it won. It was 7 away from victory when they walked off at lunch. So 40-minute lunch interval, come back out, hit 7 runs and win the game. And I remember that year it was changed that if you're within sight for the batters as well, the umpires can push things back. Oh, that was a while ago now. Milan was batting, I remember he was going well, whatever the game situation was. Sunny day at Hove. .35 to win and 9 overs till tea.
You're sure of that? So you've changed your
David Kendricks. I mean, we're not going to doubt him, are we? He wrote the rules.
Hands, you're a disgrace.
Well, I can't even remember why we went off at 4 yesterday, whether it was overs or... Because the wicket fell and everybody went off.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
But it must have been within 36 overs then at that point as well, or 37. Had to message Mr. Kendricks, I think it was the Glamorgan match, to double check something on the rules and regs. Find out what it was now.
You should have the rules and laws in front of you. You should.
Where would I put the cake and the biscuits?
You're getting sledged at the back. So I said that would mean you're prepared for it.
Takes me all winter to prepare to commentate on Middlesex for a summer. Hiding in a dark room.
I was going to say, it takes you all to recover from commentating for Middlesex for a summer.
It is a
but
black
again,
spot.
I mean, Yorkshire looking at the barrel now, but again, it only takes, suddenly get 1 wicket, get 2 and 25 required and 5 wickets in hand. We know how nervy teams can get, so whilst Yorkshire will be sitting there thinking this game's drifting towards Middlesex, they also know that let's get through this partnership. Eskenazi, he's on a pair. You've got Jack Davis, a young man, finding his way. You've got obviously Josh DeCares coming in, and then Toby Rowland-Jones, so there's still a bit of batting for Middlesex, but nerves can do funny things. That's 4 more, so that was a great shot there by Deploy. He's timed that off his hip beautifully. Thompson just got a bit straight. Down to 31.
Partnership as well. Gets the ripple of applause. Just settled things down again. 77 for 3. Certainly Yorkshire had the chance to get back into this. The rules and regs on tea and the delays and why they can be delayed and how they can be delayed, I can promise is a black spot for all commentators because it happens every single week and we still can't remember it. So the last one was 8th of April.
No. Tea happens every day. There must be some
rhyme and rhythm.
Yes, there must be some experience you've had to suggest you should be aware of what could take place.
So the 8th of April. Although I don't know, so whatever the match situation was against Glamorgan at that point, my message to David Kendricks, is tea immovable on the final day? No. But for 9 down, laws of cricket still apply. Delay tea if 9 down. Also take tea early if any stoppage within 30 minutes of scheduled tea interval. The only day 4 variation is that the minimum 32 overs remaining regulations doesn't apply. So my reply, I'll only have forgotten by next week.
Clear as mud.
I'll only have forgotten by next week. That's what you said last time. Said Kendricks.
What, last week?
Yeah. Exactly. And funnily enough, it was. I remember him explaining it to me before. I said I'll have forgotten by next time. Well, I've got an answer on whether tea can be delayed if they're close to winning. But you've got a 50-50 chance here, yes or no?
No, I'm going to go for no.
Yes. By a further 15 minutes, minimum of 4 overs.
So, by this method, tea could be at 10:45 this evening.
I shan't read out the next line that David Kendricks put in.
Six off the over. Middlesex's required runs has got a 2 in front of it. 29.
See, if you know the answer to everything, there's no fun in life, is there?
You're right. I mean, well, I've met quite a few
know-it-alls
members here at Lords that know everything. And they've not been shy of telling me that over the 12 or 13 years I was in charge of the cricket side. Why did you bowl in Durham? Where were you? I was in Harrow. Oh right, so you had a good view of the conditions, did you? You knew that it was a bad decision. Someone who's there looking down on the pitch had no idea what was going on, but in Harrow you had a pretty good view of it. Fair enough.
Well, I know there are a couple of questions over why Middlesex chose to bowl first with the Kookaburra in the first 2 rounds, but for me the answer was quite clear. He pretty much knew how the games were going to play. I mean, first morning here, there were, the conditions were there. You've got to bowl first.
Well,
once it's road.
Well, would everybody have predicted? I don't think everybody was predicting scores of 500-600 before the first round of matches, were they?
But by Wantage Road, I think it's pretty inevitable that if this match plays out anything like Lords, then the best chance of winning is the 3rd innings wobble, as long as you don't make a mess of your own first innings.
Ryan? Well, I mean, there's a lot of. If there's going to be something in the pitch, it's going to be on the first day. And again, the attitudes that prevailed historically don't stand up because the nature of surfaces now they're far better than they were. So
Think about bowling, think about bowling, think about bowling.
yeah,
and bat.
and it's a nice story, but it's actually just it's inaccurate as a if you look at the history. Well, you look at sort of modern games, then more sides win having bowled first than batted first. I would suggest. Well, I think that the answer is that, and that's because pitches don't fall apart, whereas they did in previously. The pitches weren't as good as they are now, and they just got progressively worse as the game went on. So batting first was the best time to bat. But nowadays, because the pitches don't deteriorate at the same rate or much at all on some occasions, there's going to be a bit more moisture, a bit more in the pitch on the first morning, so give your bowlers a chance. So you almost sort of think if you can get in your third innings, so in the third innings of the game, you sort of you're happy to chase down on the final day what the C gets in the first innings. That's just almost like second and third innings, the match should be about even, and then that's your sort of requirement, is to score in the fourth innings. A bit like this, to be honest. So second innings score and the third innings score same. The Middlesex have got to chase down what they did in the first innings. That's the sort of theory behind a lot of the decisions that are made, and they're going off for tea. So
David Kendricks was wrong. Do you understand how I get so confused about tea now? You went off at 4 o'clock yesterday.
why do you doubt yourself?
I can't imagine, Gus. Absolute nonsense.
Well, the thing is, why do you keep contacting Kendricks if he's giving you bum info? Right, I'm going to go and have a cuppa.
I'm going to go and have a lie down. Thanks, Gus. Much appreciated, Angus Fraser. We'll be back after tea in 20 minutes' time. Middlesex required 27 to win. They are 131 for 3.
batting for Middlesex.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Play just about to get underway. 131 for 3. 27 to win for Middlesex. Higgins has 25. Deploy 41. And Kevin Hands. And this will be the final session of the match. We said that at lunch. Joe Root is going to open the bowling after tea. Let's deploy on 41. Gets that one through, but there is a sweeper back at deep cover. Root hangs his head backwards, but Higgins stretching for that one a little. Kept it down to points. And there's the reverse. First boundary after tea, end of the over, 136 for 3. 52 bowled in this innings. Middlesex gone patiently and methodically about this so far. Might we see a little change of tempo now from Higgins, and deployed to get it over the line and get it done. 22 more needed for Middlesex to register their first win of the season. A rare win early in the season for many counties up and down the country. For a Kookaburra round in the first, only Essex picking up victories there. They've picked up another victory today against Lancashire. Moriarty to bowl from the nursery end. Slipping a short leg, deep mid wicket, deep backward point. Dot ball to start up. Welcome back, Angus Fraser.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know, count them chickens here, but it's almost as though Yorkshire come out and say, well, the game's up, really, isn't it? In a match where 33 wickets have fallen to seam, and come out after tea with the opposition needing 30 or 20 odd to win.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well, there's the first wicket to spin. Perhaps I have said something too soon.
I'll let you talk your way out of that one.
I know, but masterstroke by the Yorkshire captain there, bringing 2 spinners on. You almost felt that in a game where the 33 wickets have fallen to seam that they're giving it the best shot, and we'll let the spinners see out the remainder of the game. So Lewis Deploy very disappointed there as that just bounced a little bit out of the footholes. Oh, he just tried to hit 2 square, and good catch there. That slip by Lythe. Wonderful pair of hands, hasn't he? So Middlesex lose their 4th wicket, and that of the very dangerous Leos Deploy, sorry. So yeah, made a fool out of me, but not the one with the first time. Doesn't mean the first time, won't be the last.
Delight for Moriarty. Sorry, man, picking up a wicket. Happy with it. Got Stephen Eskenazi stepping out to the middle now. Made his 2 first-class. Made his first 2 first-class appearances against Yorkshire. Threw him under the bus there, didn't you?
Yeah, well, his debut would have been in 2015, would it? In the game that Yorkshire won the title. We were 4 for next over. We lose 3 wickets in the first over, I think, wasn't it? Something like that. It was a remarkable game.
Was that the side bottom hat-trick? The opening over that game?
Could well have been, yeah. He's gone on to develop a good career. Had the best of run in red ball cricket. Comes out here now having scored 0 in the first innings, so he'll be desperate to get off the mark for more than one reason. Get off the mark for a personal point of view, but also get off the mark so that Middlesex get the 22 runs they require for victory.
Was it the first 3 deliveries of the match? Or was it just first over?
I don't think it was a hat-trick. I think that there were 3 wickets in the over, though.
I'm pretty sure it was a hat-trick because Dave Callaghan was the Yorkshire commentator, but I was the host commentator for it. So I started the commentary, being the opening over.
Yeah,
wins the over, 136.
Yeah, Eskenazi would have been in the middle order there. I think he batted for quite a little time. He only got sort of teens, didn't he? I think as a first innings score, but there was enough there to sort of see that he'd got something.
So Sterling was LBW Ryan's side bottom for a 3rd ball duck. Robson was 26 from 45. Compton was Court Hod bowled side bottom for a 2nd ball duck, and then Milan was bowled side bottom for a 1st baller. So the hat-trick ball was survived by Eskenazi.
That would have been the first ball the next over. Actually, saying that, he only got 4, did he? Did he get 4?
4 from 13 in the first innings, and then 2nd dig, 22 from 48.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, how that wicket just perked Yorkshire up a bit, so the seamers are back on. Although it's Brooke to bowl.
So did they win the title by picking up that point?
I think they probably won the title.
That's
the
what it
first
was, I
over.
think. Because I remember, so as host broadcaster, I started the match. And Dave Callaghan was updating BBC Radio Yorkshire and the 30 other stations up there that he updated. A nice shot. Seen a few of those in this match, we've been saying, the straight drives. A couple more. Target to win's just 18 now. So I obviously did the first two. 20 more to win. I obviously did the first 2 wickets, and then Callie sat back down and said, "Well, go on, Callie, because what if he takes the wicket now and they win the, they win the title with this play? They're not going to take the wicket now. Come on, Kev, don't be silly." So he left me commentating. The reason why I'm thinking it's the hat trick, so I was thinking, well, why would I have thrown it to him? But of course, I was throwing it to him because it was the title. But he said they're not going to get it now. Keep going, Kev. So I commentated on it. And that was it. Yorkshire won the title, and it was me commentating on it and not him. And got played and played and played across all the Yorkshire stations that night. Single taken down to deep backward square leg. There are about 5 or 6 stations up there, because BBC Yorkshire, BBC Leeds, BBC Sheffield. So he had to do so many updates an hour.
It's an amazing place, Yorkshire, isn't it? In lots of ways. I mean, obviously they've had well publicised issues, but there's no county that does more for cricket in this country than Yorkshire.
Oh, Eskenazi gets off the pair.
Nick, not going to go, I don't think. Just railing in 3 more runs, so down to 16 required for Middlesex. And he'll breathe a huge sigh of relief. It's not bagged him. Won't go back in the dressing room and find a piece of fruit in his corner. He's changing place.
Having to wait in that first game, not playing. Then he gets the go against the Kookaburra, against Northamptonshire, but there's no time to bat. Pretty unlucky there. So many batters up and down the country had a proper net the first 2 weeks of the season. .142 for 4. 16 to win for Middlesex. Opposite Bristol next for Middlesex.
Yeah, having an extra day off. Middlesex changed their sort of preparations for games this summer. Normally it's sort of 4 days on, 3 days off, so obviously Monday's the scheduled last day of the day, Tuesday off, Wednesday's a training day, Thursday's it'll be travel day down to Bristol for the squad today, this squad. But normally they sort of used to do quite a hard training session, but they're using the day before as a rest day. And they've got a rest day tomorrow. 2.
For 2 for 4. Yorkshire entertain Derbyshire on Friday.
Moriarty's, I mean, I know he's moved from Surrey to Yorkshire during the winter, but it goes nicely, doesn't he? He's got nice action, strong action, pitches it pretty well, and he's all bowled well, quite well against Middlesex on the few occasions that I've seen him play against us.
Inside tickle rolls down the pads. End of the over, 55 done, 143 for 4.
Two highly tuned athletes next to each other. One's the Yorkshire 12th man. Nice little clip. Racing away, I think it's going to beat him to the boundary. Yes, a good effort there by the fielder, but I hope he's not hurt himself. Managed to flick the ball back. It's Hill. Nice little leg stump half volley. Gets Middlesex total within 11 runs of the first victory of the season. Welcome victory. Important victory too. Confidence is a huge thing, and everybody talks about momentum, but it's more confidence as much as anything. You get into a winning habit. Again, this has been a difficult challenge. Pitch that's done a bit, 160. It could have been hard, losing a wicket in the first over. Nerves. But Fernandez and Holden played well, and Deploy and Higgins equally to sort of calm those nerves and get Middlesex to within what is now 10 runs, 11 runs of a victory. In some ways, I mean, although we've spoken quite a bit about the previous two matches, and again you can see where Rob Key's coming from to some extent, is the fact that you play on pitches with a ball like that and all of a sudden the bowlers do develop. You have to be disciplined, you have to be, and then you get on a pitch and you're naturally sort of in the right areas to test batters, and you make it count by bowling well. So, and equally your batters too, they've got a bit of confidence, they've spent some time at the crease, so I know it sort of wasn't the most scintillating days, and a lot of people out there will be saying what a waste of time that was, but the benefits of what's taken place can be seen, and undoubtedly for Middlesex those first two matches, even though they were in many people's eyes bore draws, have allowed the side to come into this game feeling pretty good about himself, where the bowlers have got some good overs under the belt and the batters have spent time at the crease. Brook bringing the fielders up. Eskenazi just nudged it down there. They're going to come back for third. Yep, 3 more, so it's down to single figures. Even I can relax a little bit now.
Are you sure?
8 required. Run rates come down a little bit. 0.06 per over is required. It's not quite T20 over run rate. But again, the Middlesex run rate, you can see it always seems to go up at the end of a run chase, doesn't it? It was hovering around just over 2. It's now gone up to 2.7, so the last 60, 70 runs have come probably at sort of 5 and over to make that raise. One thing is batsmen want is a bit of red ink.
Just about to say, there's probably rarely been a more important red ink for Eskenazi than right now. Just as much for personal.
I mean, when I was playing in the 90s, Keith Brown just loved a red inker. Loving it. Not outs just boost your average so much throughout the season. 35 not out does it world of good. Probably puts 1.5 on your average throughout a year. Yeah, they love a bit of red ink batters. Just like the way the bowler loves a couple of tail end wickets to boost your figures.
Corey Collymore was telling a good one last night about when he was on 49 wickets for the season. Chris Rogers was doing everything he could to get him that 50 wicket because he was on a bonus for 50 wickets.
Did he get it?
No. You were able to keep your money in your pocket, Gus.
Well, I probably recommended it and might have been knocked back.
What did he say? He got someone dropped. Someone dropped a batter, and that was his 50th. But he said Rogers was doing everything he could to give him the overs to get that 50th wicket. Four more. Middlesex are a boundary away. 4 more required for victory. 154 for 4. Eskenazi on 15.
The first poor ball that Moriarty's bowled for a few overs. Again, they're looking at his figures. 1 for 12 off 7 overs. But good shot by Eskenazi there. Just dragged it down a little bit. Enough time to get on the back foot and cut it hard down to the square boundary on the offside. So yep, 1 shot away from an excellent Middlesex win and a good start to the season.
Oh, skirts that one away. It stopped, just a single. Clip from Eskenazi, it won't be this one. I was going to say it'd almost be fitting if it was Higgins, because he got the 4 for in the first innings, which didn't get the big boys. A powerhouse at the top. But Higgins became inescapable for Yorkshire when he picked up Hill, Tattersall, Thompson and Code in quick succession. Code had given it a bit of tap in the meantime, 24 from 18, but there we go.
I think that'll be it.
Down it goes to long leg, and they've turned for the third. The chase is given, the boundary's prevented, but Middlesex have their 3 runs, and they have their victory by 6 wickets. A pretty big victory. Well, we've talked about many a tussle between these two over the years, and I think Middlesex will have looked at Yorkshire this year and known if they want to return to the top flight this season, if it is to be an immediate promotion, then one thing they'll have to do is finish above Yorkshire. A very, very strong side come here to Lords, and Middlesex have put up a pretty good fist to this.
They have. Middlesex will be delighted. 2 draws in the first 2 games, played some good cricket under pressure, came through the strongest side probably in both of those matches, but the real test with the Duke ball probably going to be a result, and to come through as they have is a very encouraging sign for the season. Obviously still a long way to go, but you need to get some wins under your belt, get some confidence within the group, and there'll be a very happy dressing room that they go to in a couple of minutes' time. Higgins, as ever, a leading figure with the ball, with the bat, wonderful signing. I mean, obviously he was a Middlesex cricketer in the first place and then went Gloucestershire for 4 or 5 years. Come back and, I say, one of the main players in this team. And they're 2 very happy batsmen. But again, I suppose you come here, Yorkshire, Lyde's been in form. Game was really about Root and Brook, wasn't it? Their first a chance for them to see what they're going to do this season, but neither did a great deal. Root potentially a little bit unfortunate, wasn't in his second innings, but Middlesex against a very strong Yorkshire side who are tipped to probably win this title, second division. So to beat them as comprehensive they've done is a good sign for the club.
Well, it's already made a good setup for the return match now, hasn't it, for these 2 sides? But it is, the mark of this Yorkshire side. We've talked about the batting, but the 9 wickets that were shared between Thompson and Code, they really were superb. But yeah, that man on the left there, Higgins, with his 4 for Eskenazi, will be delighted with his 18. I mean, had to really wait his turn and then go out and bat in tricky conditions in that first innings. But brilliant display by Middlesex. Actually, just a brilliant match, I think, between both of these sides. Yorkshire will know that Middlesex got the better of those top orders in both innings, and even the rearguard action from Hill couldn't save it for the U18.
Yeah, and Roland Jones well, didn't he? Start of the second inning, he's got those 3 early wickets which are important. So when you've got a lead of 90, which Middlesex had in the first innings, you want to make the most of that, and Middlesex had Yorkshire 5 down by the time that they'd managed to get into positive territory. Yes, maybe at times Middlesex should look at the bowling and say we've conceded a few more runs than we should have done, maybe a little bit of looking for wickets rather than just being patient, which is certainly how Yorkshire bowled in their second innings. But yep, Roland Jones, Higgins in the wickets, Helm bowled a bit better too. Bamber got I mean, it's a good all-round performance by Middlesex. Looking at the side, so Trusty Care's got 50 coming in at 8, was he? 7 or 8? 8. So yeah, lots of positives for the club, and they'll have an enjoyable night tonight. They'll have a day off tomorrow.
I was going to say,
Tuesday, and then go down to Bristol on Thursday.
We had to pick through a difficult few moments at the back end of last season for Middlesex. It's a pretty good feeling for them, and against a very, very strong Yorkshire side. So it'll feel good. It'll feel good for them early season to get a win like this under the belt.
Yeah, as you say. I mean, Yorkshire at second. Lythe International Cricket, Bean's a talented young Shah Massoud overseas player, Root Brooks. I mean, it's a good top 5. That so, yeah, it is, and everybody enters the season nervously. You never know how it's going to do. I mean, it's 6 months since you last. Well, all right, some of them moved away during the winter playing in T20 competitions and things like that. But 6 months since you played a competitive match for the county that you represent, and it was a difficult season for Middlesex last year. We talked about it a lot, and some of the cricket they played was a bit timid at times, and that hasn't been the case here. I think deploy presence in the dressing room. I mean, look at the score there, 51 and 42, so a top scorer in both innings, and he'll certainly, I think, lead the club in the way that they're looking at, if they're in the corner, sort of take the positive outlook. And again, I didn't realise, I forgot Higgins got 4 in the first innings, so 7 for 80, 7 for 72 in the game for him.
Thursday, 29th of August, Yorkshire versus Middlesex at Headingley. It's one to pencil in already, isn't it? Because that is a strong performance by Middlesex against the favourites for Division 2. Angus Fraser, thanks very much.
Pleasure.
Great fun last few days. Look forward to seeing you again, hopefully in a couple of weeks, for the next home one for Middlesex. Yorkshire, good luck against Derbyshire at Headingley next week. Middlesex head to Bristol. Of course, there'll be coverage of all those games in all the usual places to keep across the action, but this one's shown us already. County Championship cricket's going to serve us up plenty more fun again this year. An early season belter between two old rivals who've had some good fun over the years. Been good fun the last few days. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. It's been a pleasure to have you with us. For myself, Kevin Hand, and all the stream team here at Lords, it's a very good evening to you all.